Hello, guess who forgot to turn on the microphone again? Hello, hello Fadba, hello Chris, how are you guys doing? Who is raiding their tombs? Laura Croft. Croft. Yes. Hello. Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for 19 months, what? If I could, I would have the freaking... My brain just made like dial-up sounds. I never used dial-up, but I've heard enough about it. Hello, how are you guys doing? How is your Wednesday? We usually don't see each other on Wednesday, but the week's been sort of different, so I figured, you know what? Let's just change it a little bit. Let's just allow for a different week. Meh. Nothing quite like playing. What? It's Warcraft? No. Where is VC3? Is that Warcraft? I think so. I think I'm wrong. Yeah! I was like, what else could it be? I have not played Warcraft. Do you know what a wolf does when it drives a car? What? No. I do not know. Oh, oh my god. Dear god. Where do these jokes come from? When's a car not a car? I don't know. When it turns to a car. I swear, where did this come from? Why do we end up with joke? A joke on top of a joke. Why is my mouth like this? Jokes and jokes. I try to invent my jokes. I'm glad. I don't know what else I could say. Back in the old days, I used to play Warcraft 3. It was actually really well set up for that. Ooh. Guys, we will play Warcraft one day, I promise. I promise, we will try. We will try playing it one day. I don't know when that day will come, but it's there. It's there, I promise. Warcraft. Warcraft. I should sometimes maybe be a bit more thorough with my list. I just skip around a lot of things because I'm like, I want to play this game. I want to play this game. And it's not really that I specifically want to do them. It's just like, this thing is easier to set up. And I'm like, I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy. I need to do something better. I should also probably transfer my... Well, transfer. I want to say port, like a real video game. I want to port it to Google Drive so you guys can look at it. But I hate... It's in Excel, and that will mean that there's two versions of the file. There's one that's online and one that's on my drive, and they're both different. And it won't be really easy to synchronize them. Why? Why? Why can these things be easier? How dare you wanting to live experience? Wanting to have. Oh, I can't read. Who's the cleanest soldier in Call of Duty? No, I don't know. Who of you have played a Call of Duty at all, even once? Soap. Eh. God damn it. God damn it. What the fuck is this? Tomb Raider 2004 web browser? What the fuck? What am I looking at? Sorry, I'm looking at the categories. There's a MC codes. What? Why? Why did they name him that? Oh my god, there's actually somebody else playing Tomb Raider 2. That's amazing. That's surprising. My writing is horrible because as established on my stream, I am barely awake alive. You know, fair enough, listen. Oh my god, I actually changed my category already, but I want to talk about a little bit about the doggy, but you know what? I can do that while I'm playing since there's not much happening in the game anyway. Who's Nintendo character with the vest? Oh my god. Are you having a fun time too? The dog? I am having an unfun time. Not sleeping a lot. Today, you know what? This needs to be described in order, but I meant the other Tomb Raider streamer. Maybe they are a dog. I don't know. I just saw that there's 37 viewers now, so I'm guessing somebody else is playing it too. Sorry, my brain is not here. It's not here! Oh! Oh! Welcome. Is a speedrunner? Oh! Maybe the sanest way to play this game, honestly? Probably, yeah. Although I would probably lose my mind if I had to speedrun this. Like, it's hell enough playing normal. Oh god. Yay, welcome to Ice Palace! Speedrunners say are two words that do not go together. Sort of, yeah. Oh, right. I remember now. So I have stopped playing in this spot because, I was sort of confused. I just noticed the new avatar kind of reminds me of my mother. What the fuck? Not what I expected to read, but sure. I ended streaming in this spot because I wasn't sure if I missed something on the last level, and then I googled a little bit, and turns out that what I was fearing to have missed is just something that actually happens on this level, because apparently you revisit the previous level, so I was like, okay, I say, that's fine. Anyway, I'm trying to jump over and I'm being terrible at it. You look like him with waterworld parts? What the fuck? Great Grand Robot. Ah! Hello, Kenny. Hello, how are you doing? They're barely above those people with no-hit Soulsborne games playing with their feet on a controller jerked from a bunch of bananas while getting waterboarded. Whoa, what'd they do? Oh my god. But yeah. I'm alive, and the reason why I'm barely alive— oh, what the fuck where did you come from? It's because I slept for like 3 hours, and then for like 4 more hours, but at random intervals, so it was weird. And I do not recommend that. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Where did that come from? I also found that these are called Yetis. I thought these were golems. Yetis, apparently. That's what that game claims. I don't even know. I don't know if you can trust the game. Not this game. I would trust. I would trust. Exactly what I meant to say, honestly. Clear eyes. My eyes are clear. Do you hear that, chat? I'm happy. Clear. Clear. Well, otherwise I... I don't know. I don't know anything. Just so you're clear. I just pretend that I know things. But I don't remember anything. Not only remember, I don't know what I'm saying either. Great, great way to start. I'm glad you're on the same page. Yes. What was I even doing here? Weirdest level. But, I guess I can tell you a little bit about the dog, maybe? Maybe I will wait a little bit with that. Because I'm sure there's some people who also want to hear about it, and I'm just like, I'm in the mood to repeat myself. I don't see colors. There. There. Colors are not... Colors are not colors. Whoa. I made myself a platform! Boom. What? Was it not enough? Was that not enough? Boom. I think that should be enough, but like I don't really know what that did. I don't know what that did. The game is not really great at explaining itself. Also, I think this is the same bell, so I don't think I have to shoot it from. I loaded instead of saving! I don't think I have to shoot it from this side as well, but... let's see. Ow. Ow, I hurted myself. I hurted myself! This is a platform of fuck you. And you will just die. Twix, yes, hello. The game shows no mercy. If you're lost, you're doomed. I know, right? What the heck? What? This is the wrong direction! Hello, first outcast. How are you doing? How is your Wednesday going, guys? I do not like Wednesdays, usually. My hatred of the Wednesdays comes from the fact that it will always be my longest day in school. So whenever Wednesday came around, I'll be like, oh my god, I'm gonna spend 10 hours in school. Maybe not 10, but you know, just feels that way. Hello, doing alright? How are you? I'm doing pretty good, except I didn't sleep much, but oh well. Can't have enough, can't have everything. I don't know how I had the patience back in the day. I think it's just, I don't know. I would probably guess that there just weren't a lot of other games to play. So you were like, either have this game to play or I don't play anything. At least that's how it feels with some things. What do I do now? I did. I'm probably missing something again. Again, here we are in the classic Tomb Raider game where everything seems to be hidden from just out of sight. And you don't see anything because everything blends together. Can we say that this game has much leverage? I'm not the one to really say, but maybe. 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 And before Stockholm Syndrome mentioned? Oh god. That's me! You know what? You would have a point. Kind of, because... You know the Harry Potter games? A lot of people really like the early ones, like 1 and 2, and maybe 3. But then, like, the 4th one is the one that people hate the most. And funnily enough, I actually like the 4th one, but only because that's the only one I've ever played. So it's sort of like, you just don't have much choice, so you end up liking what you had. You play Modern Gothic 2 for the 7 millionth time. Oh yeah. It's like, wow, I just want something different. Definitely, yeah. Makes a lot of sense this way. I'm looking for some kind of lever, whatever. And I see nothing. This platform just tries to kill me. There's nothing here. I think, wait, hold on. Let me load and see if that actually did anything. Yeah, okay, so, the second bell actually, well, second bell, shooting the bell from that one side opened the gate, but I still have the other gate, so am I supposed to like try to shoot it from this side or what? But that only hurts me. Gonna die myself to death. Die myself to death. That's exactly what I want to say. Dance with Raf, not every game rip at the local bazaar worked or was free from viruses. Oh my god. I relate. They don't even know. All the games I had where was stuff that my dad managed to like copy from somebody. Or maybe something that his friend managed to download. I did not have many games. They did it? Is that good enough? Is that good enough? Oh, thank god. Fuck it. Why do they make it this platform so difficult to hit? Platform wall bell. Like, ooh, let's make this terrible. Let's make the player kill themselves because got my news ready to hang. No! Am I the only one who likes the latest Tomb Raider more? In those Lara is less Mary Sue and more a believable character. I have not played those yet, so I am not able to answer, but I do like the concept. I am... The only reason why I have not played those is because I really wanted to try these ones first. Because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna... what's the word? Enjoy those after the pain. I love the concept of killing the player on those platforms. See, what even is this? A lot of my game library were pirate copies my uncle burned on the CDs for me. Yay, those were the times. Isn't it different games? I mean, they sort of are, yes. You have a point. Oh my god! What is this? Why is it this way? What the heck? Let me see. How to anger your player? Wesker? What are you doing on my stream? I don't even know what I did here. This the piracy and copyright laws were only a suggestion in Poland? Yeah, I mean like the country didn't know what the fuck any of this is, so they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. It's like, what do you mean, a program? A computer? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, I got stuck in a loop. Germany and Austria managed to kill 89% of piracy 16 decades ago. I'm glad no other country managed to do it. Oh my god. Yeah, most of the games I had were all also like... Wait, why is my music really quiet? Is there anything? That is just really quiet. I was like, is there anything actually playing? What is Usenet? What the heck? Volume is all over the place. I'm having difficulty actually figuring it out. What is that? Snow? Why is there snow here? Every time I try to explain this to someone, I can't help but think of the Świat episode where they get trapped in the internet. I don't know how to remember that one. I'm not sure if I've ever saw it, but I've heard stories about it. What the fuck is that? Ah, it's you again! Ah, leave me alone! What the fuck? I'm doing terribly! Ah! That was the worst fight sequence in the entire universe. Is there a way to combine a forum with a snail and a wallet and a security complex? What the heck? That's a combination. You have ever heard one? Okay, so I need to figure out what the heck is happening here. Which will be more difficult than it sounds, to be honest. What? When did I use the flare? Laura, why? Why would you do that? You don't need it. Okay. What the fuck? What the heck? Ah! Creature! In more common terms, Usenet is a crappy space of multiple sites you can only access via paid services like private torrent trackers, but somehow worse. Oh my god. That does sound like a thing. At least I'm not surprised that exists, but or existed, but oh my goodness. What a time. It was paid LimeWire for snobby tech nerds, if that makes more sense. Yeah. I never used LimeWire either. I only heard stories. This is what happens when you come from from such a country as Poland. Ooh. Secret. The old Wild West in all its worst forms. I was lucky to never download a virus to my computer, but I guess it's only because I did not have access to such things as LimeWire. By the time I actually had... Oh no, it's a tiger! Actually had internet, it wasn't really much a thing anymore. I don't want to fight tigers. They're my favorite animals. Lara, why do we do that? You terrible person. I used to sell pirate music albums in LimeWire, and I didn't care that someone paid me 20 for 80 minutes of such current upload speed. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was my mom. My momder. My momder has arrived at the scene. So like, what does being a sub do other than give me a shiny purple star? You have no ads, basically, and you get access to emotes. But currently, most of my emotes are still a work in progress. It will. I might have to do some work on those myself. But I try to use subs as just, it's just a form of support. I do not want to make like I technically do have a channel on my Discord, like a channel too, that are only available to people who have subs. But we don't really use those a lot. We just mostly talk on the normal ones, and I also just... Was this open before? And yeah, I just feel like I don't really want to make paywalled content. So if you do not have the monies, then I won't be like, oh, sorry, you cannot talk to me, or you can only see this thing if you like, I don't know, subscribe or something. Like, I understand then the need of some people, to like make Patrons and stuff, but I don't know, it doesn't feel like a thing. $5 a month. Ah! Subject access to Slura spreadsheets? I was considering that! But I was like, do I really want to make it They really do that? On the other hand, I feel like it wouldn't really be difficult for people to just spread those outside of subs. But yeah, maybe since that's really not all that exclusive, because really, how do you make a spreadsheet exclusive if people can't just download those? And maybe they should just be, you know, for subs, because if someone really wants to, they will be like, I downloaded those. I have no such weakness as ads on Twitch unless I allow to on specific channels. Yeah, fair. What is that? Why is it so dark? Dark everywhere! Hey, can you just throw it in there? Oh! Bikes! So what the fuck, do they want me to throw in a flare into each of these? And hope that I find one that doesn't have spikes in it? Dang. What the heck? I wonder which hole is the correct one. Oh my god. Sounds so wrong. Surely not the one with the fancy border? Wait. I didn't notice there was one with a fancy border. You are smart. I am not smart. Never mind, this one also have spikes. It was a red herring! They wanted you to believe that was the safe one. 29. The game will not stop trolling you? Really? Ah! Well done. This one seems to be safe in the middle. So let's try this. Never mind, I jumped wrong. Ah! Oh god. I'm glad Lara figures out how to function like a normal being in later games. What am I, a duck? Don't answer me, don't answer that. What the fuck did I do? It should be this one. What? Stop it! Sir! Yeah, we did it, guys. We did it. Did it. Oh, sorry, the music is too loud. The existence of the legendary Yeti and just kills it? Yeah, that's just how she is, you know? You cannot expect too much from Lara Croft. It's like, oh, cool. Let's kill it. Is there anything other than spikes in this hole? Ah, epilepsy! If it's legendary endangered, she has to kill it as part of the lore. Truly. I need to hang its ass on my wall? Oh my god. Terrible thing is that it wouldn't really surprise me that much, considering how she is. She doesn't even bother hanging them on the wall, she's dead now. It's like, oh, finally dead! Wow. I'm so glad. Now I can boast that I have killed a legendary thing. If she was... If this was the age of, like, actual cell phones, well, smartphones, do you think she would take a selfie with the corpse or whatever she killed? Eva! To make all tigers go extinct. Let's not kill tigers, I like them! What if Lara was Gen Z? I'm scared. Animal rights activists. No, the tiger species is in danger! You never gave me that brain cell? I sent it in mail! You need to check. You need to ask the mailman what he did with it. Maybe he lost it. Maybe he got confused. Don't judge me, I didn't do anything. Skibidi 2? Oh my goodness. There's only one brain cell. One day when I find out who's using it up, you have to choice. Hello, Pira! I see something down there, but I'm not sure if I want to go there actually. Gave it to me by mistake. I threw it in the bin. Why would you do that? Do you know how expensive the brain cell is? Like, it's... AI sharing? What do you... So funny, LimeWire's website is back and instantly gets sad as the first thing it says AI-powered file sharing platform. What the fuck? Excuse me? I thought it was a cat toy? What the heck? Ooh. Ooh. What? What was that? Shit. That means I can go back this way and maybe pick up what the fuck? Pick up whatever the heck it was over there. To generate new and interesting malware. Oh god. Okay, chat, real talk. Which one of you downloaded malware through LimeWire? I need this answer. For, research. To generate every humanly possible cover soldier. The Hand of Midas wasn't the first game though. Wasn't it? The one that just crashes you? I downloaded the malware on Kaza. I want to listen to cool system of a down MP3s downloaded on X. I'm so sorry. It was an anniversary? I mean, anniversary is a remake of the first one. Surprise. Hello, have you found an actual tomb this time? We have! This is what Ice Palace, but before the Ice Palace, there was Catacombs of the Talion, which means we are currently in some catacombs, which must be a tomb. Only in also I think this is level 14 question mark. So yeah, it took us a while to actually find a tomb. Yeah, you're in Italy. Are we in Italy? This is Tibet. This is Tibet. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh no, it's a fish! The fish that wants to bite my ass off. Same thing! What the heck? Ah! Oh my god, everything wants me dead! Jesus Christ, hold on. I'm trying to fix myself on the chair. What if this Lara Croft does thing? What? I need to murder everything in the spirit of Lara Croft. Tibet, Italy? Oh my goodness. Now the low for the absolute unison. The game. I was looking at a walkthrough because I was confused about an item in the previous level. This is the item I just picked up actually because this is like it was the same level and the same place in 2 levels basically. So you know, I look at a walkthrough just to make sure I haven't missed anything, and the walkthrough calls these Yetis for some reason. I did not expect that, but sure. They're Yetis? Apparently so. I thought they were like, I don't know, golems or something. I don't know where that came from, but yeah. But they're Yetis. A whole family of Yetis. Time to have them go extinct, apparently. In the true spirit of Lara Croft. Wow. If there's one thing she loves, it's making sure that every species is endangered. Some bleed if you put someone in it. What the fuck are you guys? They're screaming and crying, and she has no respect for that. No respect at all. Why do I... What? Grenades? In here? Who left those here? Also, why did one side have 3 packs and the other have 1 pack? That doesn't make any sense. Blah, blah, blah. Guys, is the volume okay? Can you hear the game and the music? Because I just realized I previously kind of broke it. Blame the supermarket. Market. All the world is with Italy or Poland? Jesus Christ. I was chilling here. What do you mean, Banran? You want me to just walk? Walk very slowly? That's so boring. Oh my god. Oh my god. What if you bunny hop everywhere? Now that's an idea. Not sure if the game audio is coming through, but I might not be hearing things. Oh my god, polish mode too. Co? Jak to się stało? The fuck? Jak to się stało? Wszystko zniszczone i wszystko jest stracone i wszystko jest zniszczone. Moje życie będzie. Nie wiem, jakim cudem się wyciszyłam. Co to jest? Co to za dziura? Dziura! Czy umrę, jak wpadnę do dziury? Jak mam skoczyć? Dziura. Dziura. Nie, wcale nie! Kłamstwo! Kłamstwo i niedowierzanie. Wszystko było przypadkiem. No, it's not over because I muted myself by accident. I have to continue for a minute at least. Dziura. Są tylko dziury. Co to za kamień? Wow. Co, mam tam skoczyć niby? Co do cholery? Czego ta gra ode mnie chce? O. O. Chwilę, samą przyszłam. To nie jest to. To nie jest to miejsce. O, mogę już biegać! Okay, I think that's enough. But yeah, sorry I muted myself. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how that happened. I was trying to adjust some other volume and I just muted the microphone somehow. I don't know. I don't understand. Also, what the heck am I supposed to do here? Wait, I'm stupid. Oh my god, this is a climbable wall. But I want to know if there's anything on the bottom. Because there might be. What the hell? There's nothing! I just wasted my time! This is upsetting. The game design. God damn it! Ah! I will remember this! Proton! Hello, how you doing? How's your Wednesday? Since we have we haven't had a Polish mode today, you know what? That's a lie. I want to make the developers play this game. We should. We should. Very bad. I don't know what happened. I'm not happy to hear that. Lara would definitely win peak. She would. There should be a Lara Croft out of in peak. Ban some actually jumping. No jump! No banning jumping! If you ban jumping, I'm turning off banning actions. I'm sorry. I swear to God. You can ban saving, shooting, running, walking, no banning jumping. Uh-oh. I broke my bones. Hello, Mazda. Long time no see. I won't trauma dump on Steam. Oh, so Steam on stream. Okay. Hey guys, since you redeem banning, and that would be nice. What do you keep breaking your bones? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Hold on, where is the freaking ban? You got your points back. I'm not doing that. Oh my goodness, sorry. I have to mark things as completed because I have 300 requests. I forgot they don't complete it on their own. So no dying. Oh my god. How do you want me to do that? Gotta get my legs on before you move it. Don't ban the ban. Oh god. I think I should probably just I don't know, heal myself probably. Since we are here, would you guys like to hear some? I'll just go through and complete them for people as a mod. I never look at my own queue. Yeah, it's like I never think about it. You have so many medkits but you never use it. Listen, it's for the other time when they are actually needed. Okay, I did not die. Are you guys proud of me? That's how I play games. Would you guys like to hear about the dog? Since we are already here. I know I talked a little bit on Monday, but I didn't want to like drag on since it wasn't just my stream. Wow. Music. What actually happened? I'd like to know. Because I do not see anything. Dog information is very important. She needs cuddles. I still have the time or chat unionize and buy a different action made the game unplayable. That was something, yeah. But yeah, about the dog. So, we got the new dog and the story of the dog is that it was bred in one of those like animal farms sort of, so very terrible environment, and we didn't know that at first. We only learned about it the day we took her in puppy mill, sort of. We only learned about it the day we actually went into to adopt her, and it's the reason why the puppy is like it has basically the dog has an anxiety disorder. It's very scared of everything. It's very fearful, and since we took her in, she doesn't really move from the one room she's been introduced to. So, you know, we're just taking it easy, trying to just get her acclimated, letting her just sit there. She very much needs to be in company of a different dog. So thankfully our other dog, she's very nice towards her, because we were also scared that our other dog would not accept her, because our other dog is also a rather cowardly puppy, and so you're like, fuck, she's not gonna like her, she's gonna be like aggressive or something, and we just weren't sure how that's gonna go. Thankfully, she was like, okay, whatever. So, surprisingly, you know, our own dog just turned out to be the normal one in this situation, and we really happy to know that. Oh god, what the fuck is this? Who are you? Laura, we have to run! Why is my other dog anxious? Because she was born, when she was born she wasn't breathing, and we think there's some brain damage involved. Hold on. What is this bird? Can you even kill it? You can. You interrupted my oh. What the fuck? Okay. I see. I see. The dog is bread. No, not bread. I absolutely love this chat. God damn it. Hold on, I'm just like catching up. One of ours was part of a hoarder situation, like, and it's like that. Oh no, the poor puppy. It took 6-8 months for them to not live under the dining room table. Oh, that's such a long time. Hopefully they will explore more as she acclimates. Yeah, I hope so too. Dying is banned, don't die. Hope the dog will feel at home eventually. Surely that's a better place for her now. Yeah, she, the first day, she was basically just... Strong beef, hello! The first day, she was basically just, you know, walking around the room and just sniffing everything. Wasn't really doing all that much, but you know, it's fine, whatever. She's like very sensitive to touch, doesn't want to be touched really. If you try to pet her, she will like hide her head in a corner. So we like, you know, try to not, just generally, we try to ignore her. So, you know, so be like, yeah, you exist, it's fine. So it's been a couple of days now, and she's getting better, that's for sure. She decided that her sleeping place is gonna be the couch. So we're like, oh, okay. I mean, listen, for a dog that has never had access to a couch, that's something. What the heck? What is this? Why am I falling? You have a car? I don't have a cat. I was in a temple and now I'm falling down somewhere. What's happening? It trades food from the hand every once in a while to get this interaction. Yeah, we also try to do that. She will like, she definitely likes ham because, you know, dog. Doesn't like dry food and doesn't like most of the treats either. So, you know, she's just like, she will only eat stuff that actually smells a lot. But, you know, it's okay. I like, you know, just get used to living here, you know, it's fine. But yeah, like, slowly but surely she's making progress. It's, you know, considering it's only been a couple of days, the fact that she will let us at least, you know, like, touch her head and like go out, will go outside with us. It's good enough. But she will not sleep alone. So because all of our like sleeping rooms are upstairs, and she will not go upstairs, she did make some progress. So she walked to like the middle floor, like, you know, our stairs have like 2 sets, and there's like this little platform, the half floor kind of thing. So she will get there, but she won't get any further. So so you're like, okay, well, you don't want to go upstairs, so we will basically so we basically are taking turns right now, just sleeping downstairs. And what the fuck? I thought maybe I could choose a different platform. And problem is she doesn't actually want human companionship. She wants the other dog to be with her. So it's like, heck, we need to have the other dog with her, so so she actually sleeps, because otherwise if she's just left alone, she will howl and obviously won't sleep. So we're like, okay, well, this is a problem, because our other dog will not sleep alone, will only sleep with my mother. So it was like, it was a mess. So the first 2 or 3 nights, my mother had to sleep on the couch, while the dog would just sleep in the corner of the room on a blanket. And then I think my sister had her turn. It was difficult for the other dog to actually stay with her, because the other dog was like, no, I'm staying with my with my owner. I'm not staying with you. But you know, she eventually gave in. And this night it was my turn, and I had to sleep with the other dog as well. But and because of that, I only like fell asleep at like 2:30 a.m. even though I was in bed basically since 11 p.m. And then I got woken up because everyone goes to work very early. And then I got back into bed at like 9 and slept till like 1:30 p.m. or something. So generally my sleep was terrible. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just glad we're somewhat making progress. And the dog is fine. And yeah, she's eating like wet food, so that's good. I'm just, you know, I'm just happy that she's okay now and she doesn't have to be in the shelter anymore. Because, you know, even the lady who, you know, who like introduced her to us, she was like very afraid about what like adoption might mean for her. When we asked about her, at first she was like, but are you sure? Like, do you know about her state? And we were like, what do you mean? That sounds like she's like sick or something even worse. But she was like, no, she's just like she's very anxious. She is like, you know, basically like the dog's mental health is terrible. And she just like explained things to us about her past and stuff like that. She was in the shelter for 5 years. She is 7 or 8 years old in general. So and they were kind of like thinking that probably she would never like leave the place, because she's a small dog, and small dogs are ones that get adopted like, you know, very fast usually. Because, you know, people just be living in their little flats in the city and they don't have room for a big dog. So every time there's a cute little dog, people will just be like, okay, this one is mine. And they will adopt that one very quickly. But she's been there for 5 years, as I said, and, you know, they were kind of like, shit, that maybe no one will take her in because no one has the patience, you know, to kind of work with her through her fears. But we were like, listen, I work from home. It's okay. I'm willing to to give her a chance. And yeah. And also, you know, considering we lost a dog last year, I was like, did we just want another dog? I mean, you know, it's just weird to not have 2 dogs. Work from home gang, yay! Last year? Yeah. It's been last November, believe it or not. Yeah. It's been a long time now. I think the deathband worked very well. It surprisingly. Dogs are fine little creatures, but constant a home that wouldn't be able to take care of her would be bad for the dog. Yeah, it's like if she would be, and yeah, she also said that she will not be able to go to a home that does not have another dog, and dogs not always really like each other very much. So it's like, you know, it could be a place that would be willing to accept her, but their dog would not like her. So like, shit, we actually have to check if our dog will be okay with that. So we went home, we picked up our dog, and we went back to the shelter, and we went for a walk together to make sure everything was fine. And yeah, our dog was like, not interested, this is fine. So yeah, it was like, just like it was meant to be. So I'm very happy about how things are going. Another endangered animal! But yeah, I hopefully have made sense with my when I speak and I have explained things properly. But yeah, it's been a thing for a while. To be honest, we've been eyeing that dog since May? Or was it June? I don't remember. But we did go, we did actually see her once, but at the time my mother was not willing to go, and because, you know, because of how scared the dog is, we're like, shit, we cannot just make this decision on our own, because my mother will be like, you know how mothers are, and yeah, it took us a while. But also, we are not allowed to really let her go on her own. You know, even though we only walk outside, like around the house, she's not allowed to go without the leash. So it's like very the walks are very controlled, basically. What I'm trying to say. What the fuck is that? Bird, where did you come from? You're in a cave. We're in a cave. Ah! Bird! Bird, it's evil! And my bones are borked. We both died at the same time. We both died. Sad but true. Anyway, I'm done with my story. I managed to get through it, even though I was like really confused about how the heck I'm going to say all of that. Oh, gosh. So this is level 15 or something. Not sure. Leave me alone, dog. Dog? Bird? That's not a dog. That's not a dog. How do I get down now? Without getting hurt too much? Guess that works. Now I have to go back the other way, go up the ladder. Mr. 2-3 years to convince my mother to adopt my dog. At the end, she did, but she said that specific set of requirements. We were going to the kennel. We had to change the street because the main one was broke. Oh yeah, you yeah. And in the path we found a dog that was the precise description my mother gave. It was meant to be. But yeah, I'm glad you found that doggy. Yeah, it took us a while because my mother was like very very what would be the best word to explain it? Like she just was grieving for a very long time after the loss of our previous dog, and I understand. But we're like, you know, our other dog has been left alone. And it's just not good for her to just be like that. So you're like, you know, you gotta get over it for the other doggy. And yeah. That's how things went. Anyway, back to the game, guys. Back to the game. Before I met my girlfriend, that dog was good to talk with. There's a spider, it just keeps biting me! Oh, there's a ladder. Oh! Swimming with in the lava. God damn it. I did it again. There we go. We always stop the sniff cute girls, but he provided me some dates too. Nice. I hear like whispers. Am I crazy? Ah, no! Hi, crazy. I'm Chris. Ah! I'm only a little bit crazy. Also, what level is this? Is this level 15? Temple of... How... Should I read this in Chinese or should I read this in English? I think in Chinese would be Xian? Fuck. Xian? You talk Chinese? No, I just I just like learned how to read the is pinyin, I think. When I was for like singing songs by Chinese Vocaloids. Don't ask me. God damn it. Why are you like this, Laura? Chinese Vocaloids? Yes. Teto? Teto is not even a Vocaloid! But yes, similar. Fuck the thing. You love Yuzuki Yukari? I like Yukari. But they always make her speak Chinese? I didn't know that actually. The one that I was listening to the songs of was Stardust. That's a pretty nice voice. Disappear and come back just to correct it. It would be like, nope. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep messing up? Okay, I need to focus. I've been thinking about 3 different things at once. We need to finish this game. Maybe not today, probably tomorrow, but we will see. Alright. Like this. My dog also protects my cat from my neighbor's cat. Ooh. Is your neighbor's cat evil? Oh, I see. Sounds. Sounds of pain and suffering. I'm curious if I have those additional levels that were bundled. That were released on the website, because I had to download a mod for this game for this to actually let me change graphics settings and to allow me to some customization of freaking controls. And I'm pretty sure the mod had included the stuff from like the golden edition of the game. So all of the additional levels that were released on the website. Which means the game is even longer than it was. I don't think there's many levels, to be honest, like maybe 3 or 4, but still. Additional stuff is additional stuff. Ah! Ah, you tried to get me, spider? Evil. I should have gotten a Pepsi. A Pepsi. Also, it's so crazy that it's almost the end of the month already. I feel like the time just like... The last 2 weeks, I don't know what happened. It just like, I closed my eyes and they disappeared. They just passed by without me noticing. Almost his birthday. It is almost my birthday. And my sister was like, why did you tell me what you want for your birthday? I'm like, oh my god, how do I don't know. I don't need anything. So difficult every time people be like, what gift do I buy you? And I'm like, I don't know. Listen, I don't know. Yeah, once more time. And one more time for before the Halloween, because I wanted to do things and it's almost the end of the month and I don't have time. I'm put in my time off for my birthday next week. It's your birthday next week? Hold on, what day is your birthday? No. My cats were born the night between 8th and 9th of this April. Halloween? Noise. Yes. Oh my goodness, how did I not get impaled on this? So they're still kittens, and since the mother died, my neighbor's cat is trying to expand his territory. Oh, I see. Ooh. I forgot, did we have a plan for your birthday yet? No. No, I didn't have time for planning. All I know is I want to play a cool game, and not sure what else. But yeah, I want to, you know... Oopsie. I want to play that on an isolation game finally, so I just scheduled it for this Saturday because I was like, fuck, if I don't do it next week, then I'm not sure if I'll actually be able to before the end of the month. So, yeah. I'll bake you a cake and then eat it by myself. Enjoy! I'm probably gonna bake something for myself too. God damn it. Gotta go eat a lurk. Enjoy your food! But yeah, I forgot what I wanted to say. I actually did have my birthday party on Halloween a couple of times. Because Halloween is, you know, you might be aware, but like Halloween is not really a thing in Poland, but you know, kids like celebrating different things, and we were always like, wow, what do you mean we don't really celebrate Halloween? But so a lot of the time I would actually have my birthday party on Halloween, and we would try to, you know, walk around and get some candy, and we actually would. Sometimes people would be like really upset. And obviously because a lot of people are very well, there's a lot of just Catholic people. Some ladies will get really upset about all of this. But yeah, because my birthday is just so close to Halloween, I actually would have my party on that day sometimes. And I was like, wow, well, I have something I can offer to these people. Just walking around doing stuff. The funniest part is like people who would not expect you to do that, because like nowadays you know, it's gotten like commercialized quite a lot, so people do go trick-or-treating a lot. But yeah, when I was in like middle school, it was pretty unheard of. At least not, you know, at least at least outside of a city. So, sometimes people would be like, very surprised if they saw someone trick-or-treating, and they would be like, we don't have anything. Can I offer you this, this $1? Soup. I want soup. Wow, a lever. Yeah, I believe it was my New Year's holiday years ago, but it's been getting a lot of traction. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, people want something during these boring autumn days. Because what else do you have? The Day of the Dead? Oh my goodness, what do you mean? Polish mode again. Czy to są... Dzień dobry? Łyse głowy! Łyse głowy! Łyse głowy! Łyse głowy! Czy oni mnie zdeptają? Zabierz mnie. Nie wiem, czego się spodziewałam. Dzień zmarłych! Ale Dzień zmarłych jest nudny. Idziesz na cmentarz i zapalasz sobie znicze i świeczki. I wszystkie babki sobie stoją i się modlą. I to nie ma w tym nic ciekawego. I wszystkie dzieci tylko czekają, żeby iść do domu, bo jest kuźwa zimno. Ooh, no. Czek! Czek i niedowierzanie. Ja jestem. A... Co? Czy jest coś? Co to? Lawa. Lawa. A, nieważne. Nieważne, nic tu nie ma. Tylko lawa i śmiech. O Boże. O, tam są jakieś schody. Tam są jakieś schody. Ale jak tam się dostać? Nie! Nie! Grzegorz, Przęczyszykiewicz. Śmierć! Śmierć niedowierzanie. Nie za bardzo rozumiem ten poziom. W sumie... Chwilę, moment, jestem debilem. Mogę skoczyć dalej. Nie ten guzik! Nie ten guzik! Nie ten guzik! Oh, 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 it changed. It ended. It ended. There's no religious meaning behind it. Yeah, they do have a Day of the Dead, but it is mostly a religious, well, I don't want to say holiday, but, you know, a day. And I talked about it in Polish just a second ago, but it's like very boring. It's like a holiday that is only really, I don't want to say enjoyed, but like, if it was enjoyed, it would only really be enjoyed by like old ladies who like going to church and praying to God, and you just go to the cemetery and you light up a candle for the dead and you just sit there and it's like, oh my goodness, can I go home please now? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's similar over here. It's like, wow. What do you mean? Do I really have to do this? She could be saying really mean stuff to us. I would never! If I were to say mean stuff, I would not say in a different language. I'm joking, but... You want me to say mean things? You're gonna know when I say mean things. There we go. You never thought her to swear in Polish. Ah! Can I not fall? Can I jump over? Ah, no, you can't jump over. Ooh, skeleton. Who bans exploring? What the fuck, you? I now notice. Ah! I saw it and I cancelled it. No, don't jump! You're gonna die! Ah! God damn it! We are flat. We are flat. The mecha though? I know, I wanted it. That's why I was like, oh fuck. I don't think I can get the medkit. Medkit. She's taking too long to pick it up. She's like, yeah, I have time. Yeah. No way, I have to leave it behind. Get before. I tried! But these walls, they close before you even put the lever. See, this wasn't changing anything. Maybe the milk is a trap? Mebly. Mebly! Mebly! The walls pull back? No. Mebly. Oh well. This isn't even the first... Oh, no. Not only they did not pull back, but also the door has closed. What the heck? The door is closed now. Woo! As expected.
No!
No! Oh. Why is there a hole? Why did I ask? I should have expected. Stupid me. Wait, what? What? That's kind of mean! What the fuck am I supposed to do? They only give you like half a second to react. Scientists. There's Koreem. There's Koreem. There's Koreem and the yell. And Lara Croft just goes, ooh. More. What's that? Bro, the fuck? Okay, so the difficulty of these traps is not that, you know, you do not expect them. Thing is, you see them, but they don't give you enough time to really, to really do them comfortably. It's not a trap, it's more of a freaking puzzle. I'd like the game to give up on the flickering lights, please. I don't have epilepsy myself, but... I hear traps. Ah! I'm dead. Where are these traps? I hear them, but I don't see them. Are they like above? So weird. The poopy is dropped. Ah, what the fuck? Where did you come from? Ba-bum-bum. Ah. Ba-da-ba-ba. You know what's terrible? To start... What just happened? What just happened? We'll start preparing for Christmas in like in a month from now. Oh! The traps are here! Was I supposed to get down? Not sure. Let's try going up first. Sick beat. Hello, Vanya, how are you doing? Stores here barely have Christmas displays in full bloom. Oh no. I'm not ready for the Christmas! Please! Let me live! Think about that, I haven't even done Halloween prep. I'm sorry. Ah! Why did you? What do you mean you have Christmas ornaments in stores already? Yeah, I don't know. They look like I can go out. I think someone mentioned the other day Walmart already has Halloween candy on discount. Oh my god. Hey, give me the Halloween candy. The discounted stuff. It's fine. I don't mind discounted stuff. I will enjoy it the same. Oh, I got hurted. Oh, I'm stupid. My goodness, I have to shoot birds. I I spoiled Chris ornaments in store last week. Oh my god. Terrible. Can I get some more light, please? Hey, press the button. What did the button do? No idea. Oh fuck, I fell. No, I cannot fall. That would mean I'll have to do like half of the level again. I swear to God, I will lose my shit. Time is flowing. Let's forget about it. Let's reject time. Walk around to the bathroom. Okay. Heck! Why'd they do it again? I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Do I have to go this way? Confused. Something alright? Bro's been hurting a bit from all the singing I had. And we'll have to do... Oh! Singing! Oh god. I didn't mean to press this button, but sure. Temple. Not this one. I can't really climb on top of this either. Ooh. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, I'm confused. What did that do? I mean, I cannot jump on top of this. I did press the button, right? Am I crazy? Oh, did I not? The fuck? Yeah, but like, that didn't change anything. Lara Croft being angry at the lack of tombs. She's called the Tomb Raider. So finally ended raiding. Oh my god. I will in a moment, hold on. I'm confused. What did that do? It's just some dead birds? What are these sounds? Guys, I'm really confused. This sounds like this is like time limited or something. But the game is not showing me what this does. So I'm just confused. Wait. This? Is that it? Is that what it did? What? Okay, hold on, let me do the doodle first. Because I'm lost, I don't know what the game wants from me. Window. Lara Croft being angry at lack of tombs. What a leg. It's gonna be beautiful, trust me. How do you draw a tomb? Can she have polygonal boob? Or is that too late? Sure. Although in this game she's more rounded, but sure. That good? She has some interesting legs here. um, Actually, you know, I have an idea. I'm just gonna draw like, well, something that sort of looks like a grave. Does that work? You get an extra Yeti in the background. Here's some Euclidean architecture. The shapes. Geometry. This makes no sense at all. Okay, I'm throwing it into the Discord. This is a masterpiece. Oh god. I almost closed the wrong window, Jesus Christ. Maybe asked Adamawa too late. I really... and I noticed that too late, I'm sorry. Yeah. So what does this button do? Ahoy! Ahoy!
Blah blah.
Does this button do? Guys, I don't know what this button does. It's even better than running in-game action? What? What is? What's better? I'm confused. I'm not muted. You're lying to me. I know, my mother came in. And that on purpose. Anyway, I don't know what to do. Wait, the fucking door open. What the fuck do you mean? It wasn't open last time. You can't press the button. You can't ban me from pressing a button. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. Wait, I'm in Spain. Oh god. I gave you a refund. Before you even realized. Oh my god. Fuck. You can refund? I can. What the heck? How am I supposed to do this? Gambling doesn't work. I'm gonna check myself. Being confused. Oh no, I cannot be confused now. What do you mean? That's my favorite thing. Ooh. 92% advantage? Gambling always works, not here. No! Oh, damn it. I was too slow. I'm the least rat here. Then why do you just pretend you understand everything? I mean, right now the problem is not that. I somewhat understand what I need to do, but I'm just too slow. Fuck. I did it wrong. Why? Laura, you need to press the button faster. Fuck.
Fuck, I did it again. I did it again.
I'm still being confused. Yeah. Not today. I made it in. You evil's door.
Door.
No, I already knew before. Whatever. I'm not gonna be arguing about that. Either way. What the heck is this? No, I failed. Ugh. Shit.
I did it wrong. I did it wrong.
Don't judge my saves. There's never enough saves. Ooh, button. What does this button do? Seriously?
Breaks my head.
No. I hate these time limited things. Hurry up.
No! 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 No!
Can you beat the game before 1,000 saves? I don't think so. I know what it did. That was a... never mind. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're 1,000 save. Gonna use 1,000 saves. Daggerfall OST is gone. It's not gone. But this song that's playing is required. Hold on, I'm gonna remove it of the list. This one's also very quiet. Ooh, mask. Ahem. Ahem. Gonna ahem. Dear God. With my car speedometer. What does that mean? What are you trying to say? What the heck? You didn't see anything. Baby was Daggerful OST composed by Eric Heverly. What the fuck? Bobby's first OST. All this time. You're with me. I mean, I promised. I said I would find a different music, well, different soundtrack for this game, but I didn't. Because, well, all I had in mind was Final Fantasy, and that did not match the vibe of this game. I saw the races, but they crashed the car. And no race car. What? What? This is perfect for this game. I know, right? Like, it doesn't even feel out of place. Which was sort of the case with the Fallout Fallout with the Final Fantasy music. What the heck? There's a spider biting my feet. And rejoice, because we will have to deal with one more game with the soundtrack. Unless 3 decides to actually have music, but I'm not sure if I can trust it. What the heck? Okay, apparently you cannot step on this dragon. Good to know. Pa 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 pa. Ooh. Ah, spider! What? I love it when games don't really show you what changed. You have to be smart and pay attention. All things that I do not do. I'm trying to explain the speedometer thing, but Neo gets more confused the more I explain. Listen, I am too... what's the word? Sleep deprived for this. No! And honestly, I have a feeling it won't be better today. Ooh. I'm sorry for yawning all of the time. Problem is, I wouldn't even fall asleep, even if I did go to bed now. So this is just pain. Oh no! I just have to deal with this. I know what a speedometer is. I don't understand what does it mean? What does it have to do with 1,000 saves? That's too much brain. What? Why did I do job? We have to go through 3 levels. We've got through 1 so far. This is my policy for these. What?
Why isn't she jumping, Chad? Why isn't she jumping?
If I say I paid for the whole speedometer, that means I'll go fast. Oh, that's what you mean. I guess that makes more sense than whatever the fuck I was thinking. Oh. Problem. I think the game did not expect me to get on top of this dragon. Which means I might have a problem of getting down might be a problem. Unless... Ah, okay. Oh, I was supposed to go down over there. I kind of cheated. Sort of. I think. A bit? I don't know. Nothing makes sense. I'm gonna have to go there anyway. And then going over there. And then going over there. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not going over there. You saw nothing. Help me in your prayers, chat. Can I just go over here? Will this work? Oh my god. That was a terrible dive. Everything is a terrible dive. Oh my god. Whee! Broken bones. Oh my god, can you jump? Please jump when I press the button. I know this is difficult, but this is all the thing I can ask you for. That didn't even bounce you off. Ah. My god. Ooh. Of course there's gonna be a fucking bull.
I pressed it wrong.
I turned into Donald Duck. No! 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 I'm gonna eat a piece of chocolate to make myself feel better. Oh my goodness, she's not even jumping. Buried. Oh, no! Okay. I see how it is. I want chocolate too. You have to buy it, I'm sorry. Shit. Is your button broken? My brain is broken. This is the only explanation. Shit. Ah. I'll get through, I promise. I will succeed eventually. One day or the other.
God damn it. God damn it, the temple!
That's how Lara Croft becomes flat. I see. Oh my goodness. Bird!
No bird.
We don't allow for birds. The very annoying thing is that I can see, you know, the secret over there. But I have not figured out how to get there, so I guess we're just ignoring that. Every species in extinction. Yes. It's not even like... You don't even have to doubt that, you just know instinctively. Lara Croft is evil. Oh my goodness.
Finally.
What? It's a cube! That didn't... Surprise! Ah! Ah! Fuck. Well, I'm not dead, so that's nice. Of course she's British, what did you expect? I hear some weird sounds. I'm not really sure what... Oh! Cool! Tires. I know that I'm Chris, oh my god. Where's the other one? Come back. This pains. Now we know why tigers are really close to extinction, yeah. Never thought drawing beer was a thing I'd ever do.
The dragon seal.
I thought it was the end of the level. They did it on purpose. They sure make it sound like the end of the level. The fuck? This looks like she tripped and died. God damn it. I'm trying to start moving too fast. And she gets hurt. Guess I'm too quick. Too early. Too early. Ah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you're falling down. Where are we sliding? What? What? Coal. Is the water level rising? What's happening here? Why is there a skeleton in this room? And fake levers on the walls. Oh! I didn't even notice that the ceiling was dropping. Jesus Christ. See, my head canon is like most of the time she doesn't even realize that she's in danger. And when she notices, it's like she's already out of the situation. So like, oh, so this was happening. In my head, she's just dripping and dying. That's what happened. That's what happened, I'm telling you. So why is this level not done yet? Ah, fish! Bloodthirsty koi! The golden blood. What? Confused. Fish! Fish! What? Excuse me? Ah, I did it wrong, I see. I see how it is. Definitely. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Urururu. What? What? No, we're gonna drown. Rest in pieces, Lara Croft. The music changed. Perfect moment. Oh. Don't do it like that, girl. That's not what we wanted to do. Ba ba da ba. Oh, oh. Can you tank suffocation by spamming medkits? Probably, but like it drops very fast, so it wouldn't work for long. Fish is biting me! Fish killed me! I swear to God. Can't have anything. The moment you think you're free, you're being bitten by a fish. But yeah, I would like to know why there's so many levers. Fish. Ah, fuck. At least I got rid of the fish. Oh my god, imagine trying to speedrun this with the fish following you. Speedrun, well, I'm saying that, but just because this is time limited. Come on! Pull the lever, Kronk! my god, what the fuck? Shit. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold your horses. I hate the flashing health bar. News of a soundtrack this game needs. I am the soundtrack. Hold your umas. And your arms. What the fuck? Especially gold ship, yes. I agree. Ah, blah, blah, blah. Ah. Did we do it?
We did it. We did it.
Nobody can contain the umas. They're too wild. Oh my god. And now I have to go back and pull the lever again, and then go up again, and then pull another lever, and then go up again. Can this level end? Lever? Oh, water. Ah, fish! A bloodthirsty beast! Jesus. Did you make progress? Dear sir, progress. Oh my god, above me is that thing. So this level is just trap and behind a trap, which oh my god. Spike, bloody spikes. Guess what's over here? Maybe you should use a lever? Maybe? Is that too much to ask, Lara? What the fuck? Ah, I'm in a tunnel and I'm looking at her bot. What the heck is this camera doing? Fish! I like how the music changed, just something dramatic. While the fish bite me and consume my flesh. This game is just water. Every game. Yeah, exactly. I'm never free from water in this game. is it here? Gold key? No.
God damn it.
I know where to go, but the level design.
I despise it. Told my bones. The blood in my veins.
What was that? Can we not have a monster? Wow.
What? What?
Oh. Oh my god, I can't see shit. And the fish is following me! Bro! What the heck? I should have saved. I don't know what I expected. But then, oh my god. This means that this level isn't even close to being done yet. Because, you know, we just found the key to this place. But we also need the silver key to the other, gate I just saw. And who knows if that's even the last one. Actually, I should have saved after opening this. Light. This fishy bastard. Oh, a lever. Ah! No! I ran out of air. I ran out of air, and the fish bit my ass. Oh god. Stop it. Oh my god. Hurry up. Wait, am I back in the... Where am I? Quickly, you have to leave before the fish eats me. Oh, I don't like this corridor. It looks like it's infested with spiders. Which means more things that will try to bite me. Anything else in here before I follow the spiders? Probably not, just a fish. Just a fish. A fish. A fish. How can a level design be so bad? It's so obvious.
Don't know.
I don't know. She says. Ah! The beasties! Little beasts! Little critters! This is good level design flow, isn't it? Oh god. How do you get rid of a freaking spider web? What? Just walk into it? Ah! Never mind. That wasn't even difficult. I wanted you to pick up this, not the fucking flare. Why is it more difficult to get rid of little spiders instead of the big spider? Ow. Sarcasm, my dear. Little spider cruncher. I know, but like, she was probably supposed to be a mini-boss. And it's like... leave me alone. Not really the case. This music fits as well. Uh-oh. I saw another big one. Come back here. My god. I did not expect to be walking into a freaking gigantic spider's nest, but here we are. Oh, another one. She tomb raiding. I am tomb raiding. Hello, Violet. We be tomb raiding and spider killing for some reason. Not really sure why. This is the tomb of the spiders. Ah, so that's what the tomb was about. Never mind, I go back with my statement of spider being a mini-boss. There's too many of them for that to be true. So... Can I even jump over there? No. But it's difficult to see anything here. Wait, this way. My bad. My bad. Oh. Temple Raider would be a more accurate name for the game. Probably yes. At least this one. I mean, those were supposed to be the catacombs. But I don't know, I'm not really sold on the idea. Anything but Tomb Raider. What do? We do anything but tombs. Definitely, that's not good. Ah, another one! Don't make me fall! Bitch! God damn it. God damn it. It sneezed on me, what the heck? Why are spiders sneezing on me? The lighting in this level's terrible. It's just absolute garbage. What am I supposed to do? Hold on. I'm probably doing it wrong. These spiders remind me of the spiders in Rayman. What? Which one? I'd like you to be aware I've only played Rayman 3. And, Origins. Rayman 2. I have not finished that one. I need to go back to it. It looks fun. All I know is Rayman 1 is hell and suffering. And I do not want to play that one. You heard it here first, folks. Me? The person who's kinda obsessed about playing all the games does not want to play Rayman 1. Wait, can I go up? No. So I guess we're ignoring this big nest. I was pretty sure she would want to get rid of it, but no. Telegraph is the gold ship of the Tomb Raider, but she does everything but raining. Lara does everything but raining tombs. Charity incentive, play Rayman 1, never! That would be so painful. But yeah, also, you know, since you mentioned that, you know... Hold on, let me have a yawn. So the last 2 years I've been taking part in a Gamers Outreach charity event. And this year, I'm not actually doing that. I was considering it because I skipped the VTuber SummerSlam this year, so I was like, I probably should, you know, just at least do the Halloween one because I did that. That was the first one I ever did, and it would be nice to do it again. But I am just too busy, and there's too many things happening at once for me. So I figured, you know what? I think I'm gonna skip it, and I'm gonna do a little Christmas event instead. Because, yeah. I would have done it if it wasn't for the fact that there also came up the doggy issue, and I'm just too tired. Hopefully I can catch up on some of the incentives I've promised during the last 2 years, because I still have some to you know, deliver on. And then I'm gonna bring in something new for the next one. Nathan Drake raised more teams than Lara, and he only has 3 games. He doesn't call himself Tomb Raider. Whee! What? You can jump with like guns? You ready? Oh my goodness, that's so weird. Hey, get out before the fish bites you again, Jesus. Doggy issue, don't talk smack about doggy. I'm not saying it's an issue for me. It's her issue, and I'm just trying to be ready to provide time. Jackson, you can pronounce that. You could argue that, you know, I could do one. Just one short charity stream instead of my normal stream, but I still have a lot of goals that I have not delivered on, and I just would feel bad to add more to the pile. I like how this word gets blocked by what's the word? By automod every time, no matter how you type it. Automod's hatred towards Polish. Ugh. No! Oh. Oh, okay. We're fine. We are fine. No! God damn it. Stahu! Is Stahu в дому? That's from a different video, but still. What is that sound? Okay, it's not from here. Why is this level not done yet? Please! Igor! This is so sad. Laura, why do you keep killing everything that moves? Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ah! Faye. This is so sad. Can I have 5 bits? Thank you for the bits. Weird that there's no text to speech for this. But oh well. This is broken. Another thing that needs my attention. Oh fuck. Igor. Ah. What is this? Please be over. Oh, I need to take my medicine. Wow, Piro, thank you so much for the bed. I don't know why you would do that, but thank you. Ooh. What the heck? What was that platform for? Wait. Oh my god. This looks like something painful. Wait, you mean reasons? I don't know. Probably not. Fuck. God damn it, I was so close, it was so good! My noodles are too hot? God damn it, noodles, why would you do that? God damn it! She's like 3 degrees too much to the left. And keeps hitting a wall. Trzechelewska? That's a difficult name. Damn, I hit a wall. What the fuck? What? God damn it! Gosh, that's a difficult thing. I mean, not for me, but I imagine for people abroad, that's difficult. It's my own language, what do you mean flexing? Oh my god, I did it. You're planning a trip to the USA and I'm making the tickets online. Had to copy each letter. Oh my god. Goodbye, bird. This is how the freedom dies. With the gun. Wow. This game is a metaphor in America. Bro, I did that, all of that just to realize that I'm not supposed to be here yet. Fitting. What's that behind the wall? Oh, a lamp, never mind. Ow! Ah. They are planning. Oh, I see. I see. They're leaving you behind, I see. That's so sad.
No!
No, I've been murdered! Considering how much trial and error this game is, it would be nice if saving was easier. My girlfriend just came back from Australia and now she's going to the USA. What the heck? I'm so sorry. You being loud behind. You need to glue yourself to the baggage. Is there anything behind these? Besides these, I mean? Not really. I like how you land okay in the lava and then politely die. Me too, it's just... Very Lara Croft. Oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to climb again. I'm just gonna leave that. What's this? A trap? In my game? What? What? Why did it start roll? Oh, it will only start rolling once I go. I see. Mr. Bones! Yep, there it is. I saw the golden thing on the other. Oh, god damn it, I was just looking. I forgot it's not pausing. The golden thing is over there. She freaking forgot. I forgot. Now I can go over there. Ugh. Birds! But do they want me to jump into the water? Or what?
Shh. Quiet. It's good. It's all fine. Fine, don't need to scream.
Mr. Bones! You had me wait for such a long time. No. Ah! I want to go grab this. Oh. Oh! I thought I would slide down. There's the water. What the fuck is this? This does not really seem possible. Yeah. Oh god. Like I would have to end up over there. One more try, and if that doesn't work, I'm just gonna continue. Well, I mean, it's something, almost there. Okay, I mean there was progress, but maybe you're just not supposed to do it this way. Yeah, never mind. If this was the other Tomb Raider... No, I'm joking. I don't think that would have even worked even if the modern ones. Modern, I'm saying. Thinking about the 2006 game. The suffering continues? Always. Hello, Wandering Jin, how are you doing? Wrong button! No! Pretty good, I'm glad. I wish I was pretty good.
God damn it.
Where to catch you? I'm glad you have to have you stop by. You're doing okay? I don't even know what level this is at this point. I think 15, but I am not sure. But yeah, am I... Please be kind to yourself. Oh well.
God damn it.
I pressed the wrong button again. Why can't she just grab the edge? I don't understand. Jesus Christ. I just saw a light behind my door and it freaked me out. It was just someone walking with a phone. Okay, we got it.
Got it, guys, we did it.
We did it. We did it. Oh my god, this is not even over yet. How long is this level? Temple of something. There's a floating phone in your house. Ooh. Oh my god, I need to find another key. I'm gonna shit myself. I should have done that. Should not have done that. Why is the soundtrack floating? Oh, I have no idea, but it happens to my sound sometimes. I have not managed to figure out what the cause is. I think it's OBS, but not fully sure. It's the brown notes. Ooh, dragon.
I didn't jump, fuck.
Yeah, I know. It's that's exactly what I mean. It's only the music that does that. So I don't really know. People have I'm not really sure who suggested it, but I had someone suggest that it might be my my audio interface. That maybe there's like some static. And then it unloads by just something on the motherboard, something breaking sound, but the sound from the microphone is okay. I don't know. None of this makes sense to me. I'm not the sound person. I don't know how these things work. It is true that this problem wasn't here before I got my sound, my mixer, well, not mixer, my audio interface. I don't have a mixer, but like, I had no idea how to fix it. What did we actually open here? Oh, this. Dragon.
Dragon.
I just realized that on the level with the with that bird, the boss, I picked up an item and I never used it before because we just killed the bird. What is up, Chris? Wait, I think there was a platform I didn't notice. Oh, cool, what do you mean? What the fuck? What are you saying? Ah! Don't fall! Don't fall! You still haven't banned me after all the jump banning? Why would I ban you? What do you mean? Yeah, we got a key. I have an important thing coming up in a bit. You'll have to fun with Tomb Raider New. Okay! Good luck! I don't know, I'm yapping. You're fine, don't worry about it. Now we have to go back. We have to go back down. Just feel the yap. Yap! Wait, hold up. Is the spiky wall still there? How the heck am I supposed to leave this place? Why is the game lagging? The spiky wall is there, what the heck? I just like saying random nice things to people sometimes. I appreciate that. How do I get down? Get down, you're in the water, water, said so die, kimochi. Baby, mama, 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 mama.
Him.
Also, after I followed you, Twitch filled my feed with Polish streamers. Which, why would you do that? Why do you bring pain and suffering on people? Wait, I'm stupid. I know what I was supposed to do here. Fuck. Actually, can I just load? When I was on top of this? Yes. There we go. I know, I'm just joking. What? Why did you grab it? Laura! What the heck? Did you know that Italy and Poland are friends by lore? Yeah! Actually, no, I didn't know. What's the lore?
What's the lore I want to know?
Wait, actually, I know! Italy is mentioned in our anthem too, actually. Oof. What? We are unmentioned in your anthem too? Let's go! Oh god, what is this? How the heck? I mean, I cannot just like face through the door. Italy and Poland are the only nation that mention each other in their anthem in a positive way. Nice. Nice. We know what's good. Fuck. Lara, stop trying to swim in lava. The red water is not juice. How many times do I need to tell you? No. There's not a path. So what are you doing? Why is the door even open in the first place? There we go. Oh, this was the first door. I think this door was supposed to close after this, but it didn't for some reason. Key. Main chamber. Chamber. I see. More knives. It made me laugh because all the anthem says, those guys are jerk, gotta go to war, and then Italian Poland say, we face oppression and we won. Also the guys go. They're just shouting each other out like they're streamers. I shouldn't have said that, that sounds kinda cringe. What's over there? Actually... Eh. Wow, friendship. What is this? What the heck? I don't like this. Save. I wish I could save in real life. That probably sounds very on brand for me. Would this say go hi to Bananini? Then I come back? Okay. Bananini. What the heck? What? Oh, again. More platforms that I just do not see. I'll say hi from you as well. Okay, thank you. Oh, ladder. This is the one with the knives. I see. I see. Is there anything on this platform? Why is it even here? Oh. What the heck? Confusing. No! I don't think it's possible. Wait, I'm not even supposed to go this way. So... what do they expect me to do? Let me stare at this one more time. I'm just like, huh? What am I looking at? Whoops. This level makes no sense. You guys wanna see Lara Croft be cut in half? Oh god. Uh-oh. Wait, they not save? They not save? What's wrong with me? I thought I did. I became fish. Okay, now save. Save, not load, save. Get over here again. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm doing something wrong, that's for sure. You cannot change direction mid-jump. So... like... Here we are, one more time. A place where I get confused about controls. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Just for the record, this is how I'm supposed to get back, right? Yes, there's nothing here. I might have to look up a guide or something. So Ginny says hi. Yay! I'm really lost here. Are you getting Frenched? No? I'm getting cut into pieces. Sliced and diced, exactly. Frenched fried. Oh yeah. I am confused. I don't know how to get through this. Because let me show you. So I can go up this ladder and I jump over here. Then this is at an angle, so I slide down and I grab this ladder. You know, I slide down, I jump, I grab this ladder, and then I can go up. Problem is, there's not really a way after that. Even if I jump this way, I will be backwards to the ladder, so I will slide down again. And I will either come back here or get back to this ladder. So I'm kinda stuck. So I'm wondering if I have missed something or I'm doing something wrong. Or if maybe I am missing a a control thing, something, I don't know. Is there some kind of controls I've been missing all this time? You cannot jump. You cannot jump in any other way. You can jump backwards, but you do not, like, you do not... what's the word? You do not turn, so you stay backwards to the ladder. Is there a way to turn while jumping? I don't know. Oh shit. Maybe? Hold on. No, I'm pressing X circle and it's not doing anything. Hold on. I will Google. Google help me. Google help me. Tomb Raider 2. Jump. Jump and turn? Middle turn. During... introduced in Tomb Raider 2. During any forward or backward standing jump. After pressing jump, the player presses roll while in the air. What the heck? Up and down will also work? What the fuck? Oh, you're looking at the same thing I am. Wait. I kinda want to test this. How the fuck are you supposed to press up and down at the same time when you have a freaking, you know, direction pad that's like where all of the keys are like the same piece of plastic. Ah. I'm pressing it and it doesn't work. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Hold on. We need to test more. I will succeed one day. One day I will do it. I swear. Oh my god, I did it. Okay, so I was just doing it too slow. But Jesus Christ, what the heck? What a weird thing. Why is the camera so low? Oh, there you go. Well... Now I know. Why is there a ladder this way? Whee! But yeah, thank you for helping me figure it out. What the fuck, game? Oh. Poor. Grumpy sounds. What? Oh, we're here again. What the fuck? Yeah, me too. You know, all of these free vertices went into the boobs. It's so green, so teal. Wow. What the fuck is this? What? Why does it look like we're in the void? Excuse me? This explains nothing! Where am I? This cutscene explained nothing! Void Raider. I'm freaking in some like jade chamber? What the fuck? Floating islands? No shit, bro. I could have figured it out, but why? I see the secret over there. Welcome to hell. The hell looks kinda different than what I expected, to be honest. I see a thing over there and a thing over there. What is that? What is the floating thing? What the fuck is that? There's some devil floating in the sky. What the fuck? Who is this man? Why does he have a sword? Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! He's not iron! He's made of blood! He's bleeding! He exploded. Are floating islands a tomb? I somehow doubt it. I think we're being scammed here, guys. This is not a tomb. If the game is glitching, you wanna reload your save. What? What's glitching? There's nothing glitching. Was something glitching? Am I blind? I think that the game failed to load the whole level? Are you sure? But honestly, this is why I have so many saves in my game. Just in case something like that happens. No, that's it. That's it. There's nothing more. Unless you wanna Google it for me. Oh, you can smell the glitches. They smell like old computers. However, how do old computers smell like? Yeah, I would also assume that that's how it is. Uh-oh, there's another guy here. What the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck? Dust. I'm pretty sure this guy will come alive if I can. What the fuck? Am I getting hurt? Stop being hurt by nothing. It did not come alive. Well, I'm surprised. I thought it was a mistake from the game. The whole game is a mistake. Sir, help me. My life is a mistake. The developers, they didn't think this through. The game doesn't make mistakes, the game is the mistake, exactly. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? No! Ah! You didn't see. What was on the other side? I wonder. Oh, nothing. Never mind. Why did I ask? Worst level design ever. I don't know. And here I was thinking that I'm being unfair towards the game, but like the design just keeps getting worse. Why is the guy to be fired? You know, I think you got your wish. I'm pretty sure they're not working on this series anymore. Uh-oh. Oh my god. We can start writing the letter. The letter I promised. He exploded. And if they work elsewhere, show this level to their lesson. It's been a long time ago. I hope they will learn the lesson. You cannot ruin their whole life based on this game. You have to pay for their mistakes. I hope they already did. Why is in some levels that these secrets are like, oh, what, they didn't have anything special on it. Some of these secrets are just out there, not even hidden. And then other levels are just crazy, and you cannot find shit. Anyway, why are we so upset about these levels? Do they want me to like jump on this? Are you like... Are you having like war flashbacks regarding this game? What's happening? Can accept this level if they... oh my god. But it's okay. This level... it can't hurt you anymore. I promise. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, I have a... oh no. Why do I have a feeling I have to go back? And like... is that the fire of hell? What the heck is that? You can hurt Lara. What the fuck? I don't know what I just saw, but like some of these textures have aligned in such a way that look like there's a button on the tree. Game, stop lying to me. How did my mom enjoy this? You have to ask her, be like, mother, why? Why any of this? You know the weird thing? I can't even complain anymore. Like I just got used to falling down time and time again. Uh-oh, not this way. Uh-oh, mistake. Oh, there we go. Ah, what the fuck? There we go. I think I'm making progress. I don't even know. Yeah, okay. You got confused for a minute, but it's okay. Never mind. I didn't jump enough. Anyway, where did your hatred for this level come from? What the fuck? Oh no, he's floating my way! Or not. Oh, he is, never mind. He's so slow. Oh my god. Laura, can you like... oh, there you go. That's the sound they make. For some reason. Why? Wait, hold on, I'm confused. Did I do it wrong? I somehow managed to do it differently that it was supposed to be done? Question mark? Or I skipped something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! The one when he's like pulling his hand or something. What the fuck am I doing? Ah, I knew it was the one you wanted to talk about. Hello, Deck. That's a very good meme. No, but we have to jump! He's sliding towards the camera. Yeah! Oh, there we go. I'm not really sure if I had to do this. What does this do? Oh! Oh, I see. I would have missed out on that, but hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Give me... I am still unsure about something. Ow, my ear, hurting. Do you know what your next game is going to be? I am going to be playing Alien Isolation on Saturday, but the next game that I'm like playing for real, I want to. That sounds wrong. That sounds like I'm not really, you know, going to give it my all. But the next game from my list, it's gonna be Metal Gear, the original one on. What was the hardware? MSX2 something? Where did you come from? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh my god! Yeah, that one. I've watched someone play that game, but I want to play it myself too, so that's gonna be next. No! Okay, this is not a good gun. Maybe the grenade launcher? That's not a grenade. Oh. Ooh. I've not been using this one. Let's try this one. So yeah, we have Metal Gear, then Snake's Revenge, also known as Metal Gear 2. Uh-oh, I didn't jump. And I will have to take a look at the list for what's next. I think we have like Final Fantasy 3 or something, I'm not sure. But also I want to play god damn it. Yakuza 0. I haven't played that one. Which is, you know, a entirely different vibe from what I normally play. What the heck? Why can't you just shoot this normally? But I'm not really sure if it will come soon. Yay, my Polish friend passed by to give me żubrówkę. Enjoy. God damn it, I keep failing to get this guy. I might have to just ignore him and like climb up or something. Why is he so difficult to fight? Jesus.
Ow, wow, 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 stop walking me! Bitch.
Yeah, it is vodka. There you go. He bonked you. He did! What the heck? Why? Why would you do that? Yeah, alcohol. Oh my god. Wait. How do I actually get up there? Is that high low enough for me to grab? Oops. Yakuza 0 will be a wild and fun game to play. Yeah, I've played, you know, with the Yakuza, I've only played 1 and 2, but like the original ones on PlayStation 2. Well, technically an emulator, but don't tell anybody. And, yeah, I haven't played 0, so I'm gonna play 0 before I go to, like, the, Yakuza Kiwami games. I hear something bad happening downstairs. Did the last guy get up? He did. Fuck. Until you refill chocolate coffee? Wow, I don't like coffee, I'm so sorry. This room is really good. Wow, I'm glad to hear that. As I said, I've played 1 and 2. Then I started playing 3 on my PlayStation. PlayStation 3, so that was the first one I actually owned properly. However, I played like, I don't know, half through the game, maybe? And then I realized that, are you gonna wait for Kiwami 3 or would you go with Roblox Kiryu and the remaster? What the fuck do you mean Roblox Kiryu? That's not even Roblox! Don't call him that! I think I would just go for the remaster, to be honest. But honestly, before I finish the game, I'm pretty sure that like the Kiwami 3 will come out. Because that will that will take a while. But yeah, I've played half of 3. And then I stopped because I realized that there were side quests that were cut out of the game, and I was really sad about it. Stop it! I did not have to kill him, but he's annoying. His bust is wide, that one. Oh my god. No, we will see. I think I will go for the remaster, but if If it comes out before I'm done with Kiwami 2, then maybe. Like, it just really depends on, like, what people say. And how it, like, compares content-wise. Because I just, like, you know, the only thing that angered me about the original one was that there was cat content. And that meant that it was, like, impossible to get 100%. But, I don't know. I like the side quest. God damn it, why can't I jump over? I had to kill him, but it's not. It's a video game, Chris! It's a video game! Wife Kiryu? I know you said white, but like wife is also a good answer. Would you take Kiryu as your wife? I haven't played all the game up to 7. I would say that I love-hate relationship. I have a love-hate relationship with the series. Ooh, why? Why? Why so? I'm on Minecraft. I see. Tar. I guess. I do. Yes. Mainly regarding gameplay. Fair. A lack of challenge? Oh. You should play Tomb Raider 1 and 2. The challenge is the controls. I stopped at Yakuza 5 because of the game, honestly, but I look forward to playing 6 next month after my yearly Witcher 3 pilgrimage. This might be sacrilegious, but despite being Polish, I have not played Witcher 3. I've only played 1, to be honest. I've started 2, but like I didn't play after 5. I ended up like 5 minutes because I wasn't in the mood for like all of the weird control shenanigans. With 1, I actually start very late because hold on, let me check my list real quick. Viajarin. I played it 2 years ago, yeah. March and April 2023. I got the game many years ago. However, I have not played it because I was really confused about the controls. And I never really like thought about actually trying it again afterwards. You know, my fault. It wasn't really that bad, to be honest. Why can't I jump over? I did that before. Why it's not working now? I don't understand. But yeah, I eventually played it 2 years ago, and I really liked it. Sure, game is dated, but it's a nice experience. And then, like, I tried playing 2 in, like 2 weeks after or so, and yeah, I just like the gameplay is the controls and everything is different, and despite me, you know, complaining about the controls in the first game, the second game is also different, so I just couldn't get into it. But eventually I'll get there. Well, 1 is pretty cool. I like the side quests. Which is unusual. I don't really like side quests in the game. Witcher 2 controls very poorly, at least on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, it's just kinda weird. Also, when you start the game, you have this tutorial, and then depending on how you fare in the tutorial, you get a different difficulty setting or something? It's so weird. And I was like kind of upset that I couldn't finish the tutorial because I died in the middle. And then I was like, wait, I'm making it difficult. I'm making the game more difficult for myself if I actually finish it normally. So yeah, that was that. Then I finished the tutorial. I started the game, and I noticed that the field of view is very weird. So I downloaded a mod, and I tried like 3 different settings for that, and I still didn't like it. And I was like, what do I do here? But yeah, eventually I figured it out, but I kind of lost. Admittedly, I somewhat lost interest. Where the fuck is this? A tomb over Uranus? Hello, Snows. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I am. I'm in some fucking jade chamber in the void. I don't know. I don't know what this game is doing. It's weird, but I'd rather have that than be offered to play a lower difficulty level after dying many times. Fair enough. It's raiding planets. Yes, it does raid tombs. Why is this game like this? So we're gonna play Metal Gear 1 and 2. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do it? I did. It was painful. Listen, I'm playing this game. I'm pretty sure I can handle it. Besides, the reward is worth it. Means I can play Metal Gear Solid and not be like, wow, I have skipped the other ones. It only makes sense in my brain. For everyone else is like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it doesn't matter. None of this. What is this? Fires of Hell? I had the same thought process. I relate. I'm glad all of us have the same brain worms. Oh god. Yay, brain worms gang. Woohoo. This is the casino. Oh. What is this level? I hear someone coming. Sir! Leave me alone! Uh-oh. We died! We died! Where did he come from? Space Marines, oh my god. Where did he come from? Oh, I didn't see him. Why does he make this sound? Fuck are you? I got tired after 4 hours of wandering around without understanding and decided to watch a playthrough to have the full story. Turn out you need an hour to beat the game if you know what to do. Yeah, that's why I was like, you know what, I can do it. It doesn't seem that long. Have you watched the long play video on YouTube? That's what I did. But then I decided, you know what, I actually want to play this too. Because, you know, the thing that actually kept me from trying the game was the fact that, yeah, it's old and for on some weird ass console. I have no idea what it is, but eventually I was like, you know what? This is normal. This is fine. Yeah, you watched that? Yeah, I also watched that, but yeah, I'm gonna try again. What is that ball? Why is there a ball in here? Metal Gear Revenge of the key cards. Get ready to key a card. What was the first game that introduced key cards? Because I will always thought it was Doom, but I am obviously wrong. Maybe Metal Gear? Haha! Not today. Obviously I'm wrong. Stop it! What am I? What the fuck is this level? I'm not even sure if I was supposed to come here. None of this makes sense. Never! These were always a thing in games, obviously, but keycards in particular, I wouldn't doubt if it was Metal Gear. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, like colored keycards. Because even this game had some of those. Oh. I am supposed to- Oh, she correct. Imagine being a game from 97 and lagging. Again, I know. What do I do now, though? Wait, do I? No. No, that cannot be true. Do I jump over? Can I even do that? Oh my god. Ooh, well I can. What is that? This flat surface underneath. She's gonna die. I did not die. I said that after. What a timing! You did that on purpose! You silly goose. What do you mean your suggestion is done? Are you saying I do worse when you never mind. I know there was a zipline, but I want to check this place first because I won't be able to come back here afterwards. Me yelling at you while you play Resident Evil 5? How the fuck? What? How do I do that? What the fuck is this place? Hold on, I have an idea. Let's pretend I played it on a controller because I'm lazy. I'm focusing. This is supposed to be a screen, but I'm lazy. Here we go. Resident Evil 5. And it's just people running around. And zombies with sticks. Do you like this? This is the best I could come up with. Oh my god. Hold on, let me throw this into Discord. I love how your idea of me is text moving around. You are a text, you are like a bubble moving around. Oh gosh. Oh! God damn it. Uh-oh. I see a bitch. I hear a bitch coming or coming to me. I feel like they're copying me. I did that sound that one time. Don't ever try to imagine how the people at writing look like. I mean, it's difficult. I want them to show me what they look like. If they want to. It's okay to not be... to just be an... Anyway, whatever I said didn't make any sense. Ooh, no, not this side. What even is this level? Bro, what is this level? What the fuck? Was a drunk person making this? What the fuck is this? Are you high? Were you high? Are you designing this fucking thing? Example for me, the pista is a guy in a racing suit who never shows its face. Chris be making headcanons about other chat members. Ah! I always do. Nice. I want to know what's over there. Wait. If there even is anything over there. Guys, what the fuck am I doing? She broke her teeth? White teeth? Why? What do you want from her teeth? Wait. Oh no, never mind. I was like, can you go to... This level. What the fuck is this? Did you know there's a game called LSD Simulator? I imagine just how it looks like. It's fucking Tomb Raider 2. In space. Not far off. What the fuck is this? I'm doing something wrong. That much I can tell. But like... how am I supposed to grab this edge over there? Unless... What the fuck is this? I was like, maybe I can, you know, grab the edge or something and then... But that doesn't work. So... Tomb Raid in space? What? What are you saying? What are you saying? Please! Bring me some context to this! I'm losing my brain cells. What the fuck is this? What? I don't understand what I want together. Help me. Alópame. Oh my god, not here. Lara, why can't you have this silly hook that you have, like legend or something? It's such a cool, useful tool. I hate this. I hate that it's here because I want it! She broke her teeth again? Why? Why teeth? She didn't hit anything. Oh fuck. Stop breaking her teeth with your words. Fuck. Your words, they're hurting her. Now she might have broken her teeth. Oh, true. Oh my god, they save it? Oh, what the fuck. Hold on. Looking at these pixels. I'm by this line. Okay. Listen. I need to make some very difficult adjustments. Wow, I didn't even move. What the fuck? Did we move? We moved a little bit, but I'm not sure if this is enough.
What the fuck did you... Where are you going?
What the fuck? That would look really close. Why didn't she grab it? Uh-oh. I'm good in math! What are you saying? This game is just evil.
Why? Why? Why?
Mama! Ooh, what the fuck are you doing? Part of me wants to skip it, but I'm very stubborn. Obviously. Why are you not grabbing the edge? Girl! Why? Like, you're so close. I don't understand. Like, she should grab it. Laura does not want to do anything for me. Hates me. She hates the idea of me. Why? What'd I do? That's right, this game turns you into a cushy old cat. I've been catted into existence. Why? I want to learn how to make predator sounds. No, that's wrong. But close. That's how we start. What's your level quota per stream again? 3. I want to get there! Why? Why is this so difficult? Can someone... Can someone look up floating islands? Oh no, I don't think this would actually help. But I just want to know if there's anything there. Why? Why are you like this game? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate my happiness? What? What? What the fuck? Excuse me, where was I supposed to land? On the lower bridge? Fuck. I'm using it now too. Maybe I have been walking the wrong direction all the time. Maybe the thing I was trying to do was for coming back. Who the heck knows? This game doesn't explain anything. Oh, I pressed the button. Oopsie. Oh. To be honest, I just thought that maybe that... Not that that place would be, you know, how to... progress. I thought that maybe there would be a secret there or something, and I was really curious what they have hidden. Also, there is a golden thing over there, and for some reason I thought you could just...
Ah, what the fuck is this level? I hate it so much. I hate it so much.
Guys, I'm losing. I'm losing it. Which one of you comes to life, bitch? Stop it! Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! This is a time where I lose my mind. What is this? What the fuck? There's another zipline? Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh yeah.
So, will they both come to life now? Yeah, of course, what the fuck did they ask? Why did they ask? Can I make one of you die? Oh, thank you. Oh my god, I did it. Ah. Another zipline time. Woohoo. Woo. What the heck? You didn't need a mech? You silly person. You silly goose. Well, not what I wanted to do. Don't cry. I should be the one crying. Why is everything flickering? Why is this game so shit? I want... You know what? The only thing I'm sad about is that there is no PS1 wobbliness in this version. Are you doing the whole Tomb Raider series including the modern reboot? Yes. Yes. Oh my god, guys. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Guess what I am? Oh my fucking god. I literally just got back to where I would try to jump into. What the fuck? Okay, guys, your work is like cut out for you. You need to take this stream, do like a silly sped up clip of me trying to jump over here, you know, endlessly. Like, you know, you have to just speed it up like by 5 and then make me and then show me going from the other direction and ending up in the same spot. Comedy gold. I hate my life. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a sip. So this was literally the way back. I was just stupid. Oh my god. If she was an inventor, she'd be Lara Croft? What the fuck do you mean? What? I got stuck. Ah, no! I know, but... Oh, craft! I didn't read that properly. I thought it just said craft, and I was like, hmm. That's how I feel. What did they even do? They even do something? I feel like nothing changed. What the fuck? If you don't know what you're doing, how can we? What do you mean? What do you mean I don't know what I'm doing? Do I really not know what I'm doing? Am I that oblivious? What the fuck are these save numbers? Do you know what you're doing? I know what I'm doing. Except I think I forgot to press to pull the lever or some shit. That's weird. I don't understand. Stop hurting me. Oh. Oh. Did you know that Lara Croft is Lara Croft? Did I load instead of saving like an idiot? What the fuck? What is wrong with me? Lara Croft. La 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 la. We need to stop making my brain. Well, making my brain? What? Breaking my brain? Making my brain? Melting my brain? What is real? What even? You know what I want to do? Right now I want to draw. This is a bad idea. It's too late for that. La 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 la, what the fuck? It's too late for drawing at this hour? The fuck am I doing? Why did I save? Did I forget to pull the lever? Am I stupid? Pull the lever, Kronk! I was the Kronk. And I fucked it up. Wrong lever! I was the Kronk that pulled the wrong lever. It all makes sense now. Ah! No! 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 I don't know why I'm making like dog sounds. What lever? Why is there so many levers? Game, which one of these thousands of levers do I pull? What do you want from me? Ah. Did I Excuse me, what are you doing? You didn't see that. That has not happened. Jump over the fucking... The simulator is draining your sanity again? Yes, there's barely anything left. Over 900 doomed timelines. 900 doomed timelines. My brain is a jellyfish. Super fast, super fast. Haha. Doomed. October. Haha. This month is so tombeder. Tombeder? What the fuck am I saying? Oh, here we are again. Oh. What the fuck? I didn't see that it is opened. Uh-oh, Lara Croft, what the fuck are you doing, Lara Croft? Stop it. Stop it.
Stop it. Stop it.
If the tomb is not in the game, Lara, we're the one. What the enemy summon dangerous species? Am I having a stroke? What am I reading? What the fuck is this? What the actual fuck? I don't think I should have like let go, but I just wanted to see what is this. That was a play on okay, boomer might me, but I like your interpretation. Yes. It's October. Phew. 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 Save. Save me. Look at these spikes, they're so toxic. I want to sing Toxic by Britney Spears. Brittany. Uh-oh. That was too toxic. And we were too toxic there, gamers. What the fuck is this? Who's shooting me? I don't remember lyrics to that song. Girl! Growl! What's with all of these traps? I'm in some freaking... I'm in hell! What the fuck am I doing? Are you even supposed to get through here? What the fuck? What is this? Prince of Persia? Like, you cannot get through this shit. Sir doesn't remember the lyrics. Do you not like Toxic? If I made a game like this, I will leave all the corpses of your previous deaths so you can see a bunch of your corpses around. That would be cool. Please do that. If only you could crouch. Can you crouch? Does this game allow for crouch? Chris, can you crouch? Crouched Croft. Uh-oh, I think not. I don't know anymore what's sarcasm and what's not. Fuck that corridor, we're trying other places. What is that? Why is there like a platform in the lava? There's so many oh! Crouch was introduced in Tomb Raider 3. I was the- oh my god. That sounds so fucked. Come back here, sir. It's so- ah, Mia, I can do that too. Ah. Where am I? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Will I the battle? Batoru. I hear more of them. They're coming from the hell! What the fuck? Why is there like a cave inside lava? What the fuck am I looking at? What if I jump inside? Am I gonna burn to death? You can do front flips, back flips, side flips, moving around the boxes 10 times higher than her height, but she can't crouch. So has Laura just gone to hell? I don't know. I never got my answer. Lara Croft and hell. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. There's only one way to go, sort of. Wait, no, there's another way over here. What the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Like, there's another thing over here, but like, how am I supposed to get there? Not like this for sure. Why is the lava sometimes transparent, sometimes it has fire on top, sometimes there's nothing? What now? What the fuck? Do I need like a super skill of walking on top of lava or something? What even is this platform here? Can I move it? Can you move it, Laura? You can move it. You can move it, but like, why? I'll go to sleep. Good night. I can move it, but like, why? Goodbye. Wait, can you move that? No, you can't move the other one.
I don't understand.
Wait. Over there? Maybe? No. Wait. Have a nice stream. Neo chatter. It's just so... Are you? Ooh. Guys, we have a problem. I got here and then... And now what? I thought I would be able to jump backwards, but she doesn't wanna. Do I need to find like some fucking artifact that allows me to walk on lava or some shit? What is this level? Hold on, I want to check something. I want to check something. Stop fucking sliding down.
Stop sliding down.
Not this way, but this way has a path. To let you grab that silver thing. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's all I have to say.
What the fuck?
Am I crazy or is there a hole in there? It is! Why didn't it let me get in here before? There we go, I found the secret. Wow. Okay, never mind, that's where there's nothing. That does nothing. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. What am I doing here? Whee! I can push this. Question is, what for? Can I get over here? No, her shoes are one with her legs. I think you just gotta climb up, probably. This is so far. You know, maybe not, but I feel like so far this is the worst level. Girl!
I did it!
You're sending a guy hungry. We are. So I played your game. And what the fuck? Ooh. I heard a thump. I felt a thump. It's funny because you didn't. Because that was vibration of my pad.
Yes. Yes.
Block costume. We are making progress. Whee! Whee! Oh my goodness. I could have died there. Oh my god. This game is trap after a trap. Is there even an actual tomb here or are we just in hell? Are we in hell? Are we in hell yet? Mama! Mama! I don't wanna die, but I keep falling into stupid holes. What the fuck? What? Why is this side not slidey? Even the lighting has lost it? I think so too, yeah. This game is just like, what the fuck is happening? I don't know, I give up. Is there gonna be a lever, of course. I didn't even get to finish my sentence. What? Bro, how do I even get there? What? That helps me with nothing. How the fuck am I supposed to get there? Yeah, what? Are we just doing whatever now? Like, excuse me? How am I supposed to get there? Like, there's this, you know? But like, it won't let me jump backwards. So what the hell? Nothing makes sense anymore. I feel like we're missing something from like this place. Oh shit. But problem is, I have no idea how to get through that. Laura, can you stop hitting your head? Maybe this will like drop something? Question mark? But how do I get there? How do I get there? Fuck.
God damn it.
I'll keep sliding down now like an idiot. Okay, there we go. You know, I'm just glad that I can spare you guys for having to play this. In case you ever wanted to hurt yourself with this game. What the fuck is this trap? What is this? Ow! Like, you can't even get through this shit. You can't jump because this is water? Well, I can't- wait, hold on. Okay. Yeah, you cannot jump in this. Can you jump sideways? Some shit? Guys, I need help. I need help. I think, I don't know, hold on. One more thing I can try. Even though that's stupid as fuck. It's possible? I don't think so. I mean, I could try, but it's like... What even? Why are we here? Do you want me to try jumping from up there? I don't think that's it, but I can try. You know, after all... There's water in there. So maybe. Is that really it? Oh my goodness, I don't think we can jump that far. Oh my god, we... No. I was like, oh my god, we can jump! No, we couldn't. No, we're like missing a little bit. Jesus. Hello, Sajini. This game hates me. What the fuck? I... Thank you. Sure, throw a fucking flare. Why not? I'm pressing all the buttons. I watched more of the video. I don't know how, but they managed to do a special dive animation into the lava hole. Wait. I know how to do that, but I didn't know that makes you like your jump longer. Hold on. Like this? What the fuck? That does make your jump longer. What? How does that make any sense? This stupid game is testing my patience, my brain, my sanity. The water should be boiling. I know, right? Oh my god, this is the other... Oh my god, this is the other end of the stupid tunnel. This is a skip of that... Why is that even there? What the fuck? How can there be lava above me? This level doesn't make any sense. I hate everything. What does this do? What? Now I have to go back? Bro, what the fuck? Stop jumping into lava, Jesus, are you crazy? Hey. Question. Why is my breathing bar gray now? What? Ooh, clever. Oh my god, I turned off these stupid traps. Thank god. I hate my life. Doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Doo doo. Okay, so how do I get there? Maybe this? That's exactly how I feel searching. Actually, Pista, do you know what level this is? Is this level 15 or 16 or which one? Because I've lost count. I don't know lyrics to Amino. 16 or 18? The two after this are pretty short. Oh. There's also additional levels though, I'm not sure if I have those. But I'm glad the two after this are short. But yeah, we're gonna wrap up this one and then we will do the rest tomorrow. Thank you for checking for me. Do you got that dog in you? To finish this level? Why are you asking me? Enter two. Oh, I did it! I jumped! What the heck? What, this is just a hole into spikes. What? What the fuck? I was like, yay, we did it, and now there's this? There's an invisible wall and a thing? What? Oh. I see. Naruhodo. Ooh, these spikes are pretty green. Pretty green. There we go, of course there's a lever. Pretty green. Is this even a tomb anymore? I think the game lied to me. Oh. I think there's no tombs in this game. Less than 1,000 saves challenge, go, go, go. Oh my god. How many do I have left? 12? That's not happening, sir. Impossible. Yes, is that the polygonal woman of my fleeting dreams? Hello, welcome. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Oh, never mind. How do I read your name? Saturn? Oh god, I'm sorry, I cannot. Or just Saturn. I'm sorry, I cannot read. This is the level of my pain and suffering. Where am I? There's a man! Hey, oh, that's rad as heck that you're playing Tomb Raider 2. I'm trying. I played Tomb Raider 1 last year. And it's fine. The finally time has come to play this one, and it's been pretty okay so far. My biggest complaint is, you know, tank controls, and it's not that bad besides it, but it's some of the levels are just what the heck is this level design? How many saves can I have? Oh, this is the last. I played Tomb Raider on the Sega Saturn where I created this account, so TR Saturn. That's so cool! Honestly, cool idea. I like that. Tomb Raider Saturn! Why are those fuckers? What the fuck are you throwing at me? Stop throwing shit at me! Oh my god! What the heck is this? They're definitely gonna shoot the hell out of you when you pull that, yeah. It took me forever to get used to it too. I grew up on Mario 64 and going from that to Tomb Raider, my thumb wrestling with the D-pad. Same! Even if you, like, even if you try the analog stick, it just doesn't work. She will, like, turn in random directions. Dear Saturn, thank you so much for the follow! I will actually... Hehe. For understanding my pain and suffering. Stop shooting me with garbage! But yeah, I had moments when my thumb was just hurting and I couldn't play anymore. She's still independent, she just takes your input as a suggestion. Exactly! Laura, that's not how you're supposed to work. Please, be nice to me. I'm suffering. Where's our dude? Oh my god. You had to quit because your thumb hurt? I actually switched to the analog stick and it was painful. Because, yeah, the controls are even worse if you do that. Oh, I jumped into lava. Great. Great. But yeah, I sort of had to quit because my thumb hurt, exactly. I think at one point I did that, but... Ow, my hurt! My hurt! My hurt! Ah! Why are there so many of these guys? You're my spirit. I mean, Rafa. Fuck! God damn it. There is a lever behind this guy. Uh-oh. What are you supposed to do here? This real- I don't know, maybe this. Apparently they don't understand platforms. Stop hiding behind this thing. I know you're hiding behind the wall because you're smart, but... Come back. I hate it when the enemies are smarter than me. I don't know, Frank, she jumped and is playing. I don't think that's all of them. What do I do? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to fight all of them. So I'm just gonna take a little walk around and see if there's any equipment or munition that I can pick up before we go back to hell. But it's so freaking cool, by the way. Oh, thank you! It was painful, but I made it in like I don't know how many hours, but I was making it at night because I promised to do it within a specific timeline, and that was a bad idea. Look like something out of my life as the intro, but I've never watched it actually. But it looks really cool. If that was something that played when I was a kid, I would definitely have that as my favorite thing. Can you just die? Thank you. You made that? I did make this, yeah. No, but it was a good idea because you got it done. But I feel, yeah, you know, part of me wants to redo the rigging. Because, yeah, I didn't, like, do a very good job. And, I know where there's room for improvement and such, but... Like, do I really want to do that? Part of me is just like, I should move on. And, you know, do another thing. Hey! Get the fuck out of my way. Loves using make it? It's your favorite thing? What do you mean? What else are you supposed to do? I'm dead! I'm not a magnificent, except this humble groveling at your feet. It's okay. I'm just a little guy. Oh, whatever. Oh, fuck. I might be able to do some things, but I'm also very silly and I jump into lava. There needs to be some balance. Having less than 50 HP does- oh, that means I have to heal! Oh, guy with such a cool drawing style, thank you! Is there anything in here? No? Why is that here then? I hear a guy. I think. Or maybe I'm crazy. I don't know anymore.
Come on. Wake up.
Wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
There we go.
Wait, are you playing this via the remastered collection? No, I have the normal on Steam. I bought them before the remastered ones came out, so I was like, I have this, I might just as well use those. Don't feel like rebuying the game. The Rise and Shine Beast Raider. Miss Croft, what the fuck is this? What are we doing? Hey! Oh my god. Stop eating me. No! I got less than 50% my HP. It's all your fault, you weirdo! Now I have to heal! Fuck you. Ah. I did buy the remastered collection. I tried the new controls. It didn't work at all, so I refunded it. What? It didn't work? What do you mean? Aha, yes. Are you making this... is this a reference to that silly picture of that guy at the window being like, yeah, yes! Is that what this is? Uh-oh. Weirdos by my door. Jesus Christ. You can't even jump backwards with the new controls. So the levels don't work at all. It's like they just put it in and went, ah, I'm hungry. And what? What? And I thought people said it was good. What the heck? Yeah, my problem with the remaster is that there's already Tomb Raider Anniversary Edition. So that's basically, you know, I mean, that's like a remake of the first game. So, you know, what we needed was like more of that. I understand it didn't feel like though, but still. It's so weird they managed to like break the game and be like, yeah, this is fine. I really like Anniversary and Underworld. I love Underworld. It's my favorite, I think. Stop shooting me! You know what? You know what? I'm doing this wrong. Actually, just ignore them. Actually, just ignore them and just move on. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, it's shit. Lara, move faster! Not a lot of people like Underworld, but I was so immersed in the time. People didn't like it? Why? I remember I had a screenshot of Lara getting the Hammer of Thor. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's one of those levels where you have to do the flip again. Fuck. Fuck this. The Hammer 4! You went on this unstoppable killing spree?
Yes.
It's such a fun game. Come back. Don't tell me I've missed streaming it. No, I haven't played those yet. I mean, I've played them like 10 years ago. But currently I'm playing them in order, so it will be a while before I get there. So well, you could say story, I guess, with Tomb Raider is that oh no, we got to 1,000 guys. I failed the challenge. Ow, what the fuck? Yeah, as I said, my experience with Tomb Raider is that it was recommended to me by my friend in like middle school. But she was like, oh, you should play Underworld, it's so fun. And I was like, ooh. Underworld, okay. So I did. And I liked it. And I was like, ooh, are there more games in this style? And there was. There was Legend and there was Anniversary. So I played both of those. And then I never played anything after. Because I was like, ooh, I want to play the others, and then, you know, I realized that, oh my goodness, there's also games after this and before this, and yes, lots of stuff. I'm so here for the long haul, yay! And that was the first Tomb Raider? I think so. I think so. I'm not fully sure, but it might have been. Which is silly because, you know, that's like the last one in that series, but yeah. And because I kind of played them out of order, my brain was like, shit, I should try all of the others as well. Just to kind of get the more of the idea. And yeah. But I never got around to playing the older ones. I never played New Survival Trilogy. I mean, I played the first one of the reboots, but I didn't like it at all. Oh, I didn't like it. I haven't even played that. I think it looks nice to me. I think I would enjoy it, but it is a different style and all. So, like, I understand if it's like not your thing. But yeah, with this one. With, you know, Tomb Raider 1, it took me a while to actually get through it. As I said, I've only, like, finished it a year ago, but I tried playing it many times before, and I could just never get into it. I didn't have the patience for it. And, I finally managed to actually do it on stream, because I was like, ooh, for once I don't feel like I'm alone here. And this game doesn't feel like so painful, and I can complain a lot. I can complain to people. Hello, Captain. Hello, how are you doing? How was your day? Oh, so we're hydrated. Thank you. Here's to 2,000 saves. I don't think we will have 2,000 saves. Why is this one a different texture? What? I am not fully sure what's happening here. Ooh. I think that's a slidey part. Yeah. And a trap as well! What the heck? You know, playing the original Tomb Raider on the Sega Saturn just felt right, no buttons wasted. I played it with a Saturn pad via USB and they just clicked. Ooh. Sounds fun. Okay, well... How the fuck do I do this now? You cannot just jump sideways from a ladder. Guys, I'm stuck. Oh, well, you can somehow slide around, so I guess that counts. The new games are just shooting though. I like adventuring, not so much shooting. They're shooting. Maybe just I'm bad at shooting. I'm also bad at shooting. When I played Resident Evil 5, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and people have been really they've been really surprised at how bad I am at shooting. No! Laura, what are you doing? Don't walk into the trap. I was never good at shooting. I just gotta accept that. Resident Evil 5 is fun. It looks so good and so wacky. It is silly, but also I have not played any other Resident Evil game before that. So a funny first experience. But yeah, I want to play the rest too. Well, so playing Tomb Raider is a good. Oh my god, we did it! We did it, guys! Is a good practice for tank controls. They were surprised by how bad you are shooting. I'd like to see them get through this. Especially with these controls, Jesus. Gamer! I only got one secret. I know where the silver one was. I don't know where the golden one was, but like it doesn't matter, honestly. I like how this starts. Being like, hello, more people to kill. So what? I just make a step and this guy comes to life. Is that true? No? What? No, but there's another guy over here. And there's no one over here. Over here. I'm not playing, by the way, I'm just like looking around. Are you beginning today? No, no, we're leaving that for tomorrow. I don't have the brains. You know what? Since let me check something real quick. Moment. Tomb Raider 2 extra levels, because I think I have those. I don't bonus levels, sorry. There's only 2? There are 2 bonus levels that can be played after unlocking them in the Tomb Raider games. One in the Tomb Raider 2 add-on, the Golden Mask, the other in Tomb Raider 3. Wait, hold on. Nightmare in Vegas. Finding all 12 secrets in the 4 normal levels of the Tomb Raider 2 add-on, the Golden Mask unlocks a secret level, Nightmare in Vegas, which appears in the new game menu. The secret level itself also features 3 secrets, though this serves no real purpose. Wait, what is the fucking add-on Golden Mask? The Golden Mask, aka Tomb Raider 2 Gold, is part of the Tomb Raider 3 Director's Cut. The Golden Mask consists of 4 regular levels and 1 bonus level. The first 3 Tomb Raider games include add-on adventures, which were released at a later date as an expansion of the Tomb Raider game it complemented. Wait, was there an expansion to the first game? 51 minutes for a single level, you got your money's worth back in the day in terms of playing time. Definitely, yeah. This took a while. Gee. So hold on. Okay, so expansion packs wearing armor. So wait, so the Golden Mask expansion has 5 levels, and all of these levels have some secrets, and if you find the secrets you unlock a bonus level? What the fuck? Wait, Tomb Raider 1 has an expansion Unfinished Business, consisting of 4 bonus levels. The first 3 Tomb Raider games... Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, levels. Return... What the fuck? You mean 4 levels? 4 levels, okay. Return to Egypt, Temple of the Cat, Atlantean Stronghold, and The Hive. I like how you have those 2 little kilos, the blue and orange, to make the character pop so much. Thank you! The reference to Portal, my favorite game. Some legend ported Unfinished Business to the Saturn engine so I can play that on my Saturn emulator. Do it. Do it. I don't know if I played those. I don't think I did. I think I was too tired after that. Plot. Portal? This was a triumph. I'm not gonna sing it now, I'm too tired. But I don't know. Should I go for the Unfinished Business? And then the Golden Mask? I kinda don't feel like it, but if I'm being, you know, thorough, then maybe I should. I'm thinking very, very strongly about this. It would be awesome gamer cred. You know what? I think tomorrow we're just gonna finish the main game, and if it takes me, you know, shorter than like 2 hours, Unfinished Business is very unfair. Oh no, what do you mean? But it would make you insane in the brain? Yeah, I think so too. I don't like the fact that the Golden Mask expansion has you like collect secrets to a bonus level. Level means I would have to actually do that. Do the secrets in Tomb Raider actually do anything? Do you actually get anything from collecting those? Or is it just there for... just because? Just to have you waste your time? Like, you know how the first game has insta-kill traps in the mine and onwards? Unfinished Business is nothing but unfair insta-kill traps. What the heck? I gotta go home now. Thanks for streaming. If I don't come back, it's okay. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna go to bed soon, so don't worry about it. But thanks for keeping me company. I appreciate it. It was pain. Early concept art for Laura Cruz. Oh my god, her name was supposed to be Laura Cruz? What the fuck? Oh, Laura? Cheats. System requirements. Oh my goodness. It had this silly triangular box. Secret. Secrets 45. There are 45 secrets in total, consisting of supplies such as medipacks and ammunition for different weapons Lara picks up on her adventure. Collecting all these secrets does not unlock any hidden features in the game. They are simply there to further supplement Lara, making her adventure easier. Okay, so I don't have to worry about secrets in the game. I always pronounce her name as Laura. That's fair. I mean, she was supposed to be called that after all. Okay. About Tomb Raider 2. There are 48 secrets in form of 3 different dragon sculptures. Gold, silver, and jade, hidden within 16 levels of Tomb Raider 2. And? And what about them? Wait, main article. There are 2 secrets. Collecting all 3 in a single level can benefit the player with extra ammo, new weapons, or medipacks. The final 2 levels do not have secrets due to their shortness. If they're so short, then I know I shouldn't. My brain is like, I should just continue and finish the game today, but it's 1 AM. We're gonna go to that tomorrow and do some of the extras and afterwards. Is that sweet? As a kid, I always pronounced Tomb Raider? I remember as a kid I pronounced it like Tomb Raider. That sounds so wrong. Let's read about the rewards, shall we? Just like that? Nice. Rewards. In the Great Wall, the first 2 dragons are easy to find. The first is located on an outcrop near the beginning of the level. Before reaching the actual wall, the secret is just on the way in a trap-filled passage. The difficulty here is to find the time to pick it up. The third one can be found in an extended secret location in the valley below the zipline. The reward for getting all 3 dragons is a small medipack, the grenade launcher, and 2 packs of grenades. With the hard R in Raider? Yeah. The dragon artifacts in Bartoli's hideout are very sneaky. The first one can only be accessed from a hidden switch. The second is deep within an underwater maze, and the third hidden inside a building scheduled for destruction. Lara actually destroys it. If Lara did not recover the secret before she detonated the hideout, the jade dragon would be lost forever in the rubble. Also, a curious question why the hideout was rigged with explosives anyway. In floating islands, the secrets are very well hidden, and only one is in plain sight. I found 2 though. And collecting all 3 secrets here benefit the player with a stash of grenades, which might come in handy against the dragon. Am I fighting the dragon? What the fuck? Grenades. I know it's 1 AM. Other well-hidden items. Along with the dragon statues, there are other well-hidden items, mainly weapons throughout the game. The Uzis are hidden in a small pool behind a large shack towards the end of Bartoli's hideout. I got the Uzis. M16 is also located in a secret place. I got it too. Before the battle with the Guardian of the Talion, a secret lies in the shack left of the Ice Palace. It's open a switch hidden in the far left of the ice field of the palace. The shack also provides good cover against the Guardian when in battle. What the fuck is that even? Nothing of this makes sense to me. Guardian of the Talion. I still don't know what the fuck was that artifact I picked up. Danny, hello! After you guys? Also, I'm so sorry, but it's midnight. It's time for this guy to hit the hay, but I'm so glad I found you. I can't wait to see you next stream tight. Good night! I'm also going to bed. Since I just finished this level. The game itself makes no sense. It doesn't, yeah. I'm confused about this level though. Like I don't think I can go back. I don't think I have any other saves from that level back. I think like I've overwritten everything. Yeah. So I don't think I don't have Dragon's Lair. Okay, let me close this game. I don't have anything left in terms of saves in that level, but I'm very confused. The only way for Lara to make the Ice Palace accessible is to ring a gong within the Talon Guardian depicted on it. By ringing the gong, an icy door to the palace shatters, but upon picking up the Talon resting inside, the Guardian is awakened. Oh wait! That golden thing was what caused the Guardian to awaken? Ah. What the fuck was Italian though? I don't know what happens because the game is like, okay, this happens. Next. There was like no cutscene to really explain what I was doing there. Hi, glad to see you around. Hello! Well, thanks guys for hanging out. I'm just trying to figure out what the heck was that Talion. Which can open the way to the dagger? It means the dragon? What the heck? This game has so much lore that is not really within the game itself. How was I supposed to know these things? Is this something that was like explained somewhere else? I'm so confused. Talion is an artifact found in Tomb Raider 2. Laura finds it within the Ice Palace underneath the Barkhang Monastery in Tibet. In order to enter the Ice Palace level in the first place, Lara first needs to obtain the Seraph, which can be blah blah blah. Lara places Talion to its receptacle on the door of Temple of Xian during the FMV sequence between the levels Ice Palace and Temple of Xian. Wait, what? Did it happen? I feel like we have skipped a video. Location on the level is, I think it's Xi'an. The heck? Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna look up that video. Just so we have some explanation, maybe. Tomb Raider 2. Tomb Raider 2. Italian. Oh my goodness. I'm getting the freaking remastered videos. I don't want those. I want the normal one, please. What the heck? Ice Palace, I think. Cutscene? End of Ice Palace. I think I found it. Yeah, there's a 2-minute cutscene. It didn't play for me. What the fuck? What? Okay, hold on. Let me close this. We are returning to this screen for a minute, so we can take a look at this cutscene that the game decided to not show me. And browser source. I like the quality of this. Is there a better one? Hold on. Yeah, what the fuck is the quality of the other video? That the game skipped on other cutscenes. I'll have to look that up. even. This is so out of place. For I feel like this doesn't really match the vibe of the game. I don't know what's happening. Unless we indeed have missed out on different cutscenes. But I don't know. Okay. I see. I see. So we have missed out on a cutscene. I'm so upset. Why? Why would the game not show me a cutscene? So weird. Either way. I'm gonna put myself into bed now, and I'm gonna maybe look up the other cutscenes tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna play them on stream, because that's probably boring. But we will finish the game tomorrow, so hell yeah. And I will also look up the bonus levels for the first game, because we haven't played those. But I'm not sure if I actually want to do that. Oh well. Pigeon Tomb, impossible. Hello, Fart Bath. Sajini, can you pat my head? I want to sleep. I want to melt myself. Good night. Good night. I'm looking for somebody to raid. Who should we raid? Fuck! Oh no! I missed on Vanya's debut! It was today! Oh, I hate myself. No! I blame the fact that I slept like 4 hours today. That's why boss exists. True, true. But it's not like the same as like being there and just making silly jokes. So guys, what do you wanna watch? Do you wanna watch Bigfoot or a Radical Relocation or Legacy of Kain or Honkai Star Rail? Destroyer FOMO can be cured. This is so sad. Honkai Legacy of Kain? Let's do Legacy of Kain. I don't think I've rated this person in a while. Kain. Yes, we will raid Kain. I also want to play this game eventually, but that will be like in like 3 years. Honk. Honk. We need to finish the Honk game with Eve. Yes. Anyway, everybody please stay safe and good night. And please say hi from me to Immortal Rich? What? Good night.